Good evening, service crew. Fighting pilot extraordinaire Ace Windfall. Ready for takeoff. Happy Tuesday, everyone. Welcome on in. We're back with some good old Tower Defense Tuesday. We're back with a little bit of something I like to call... Oh, it's right there, actually. Oh, it's right there, actually! It's breaking news! The Whirlpool that is passion! Wow! Oh god, I almost swallowed my spit and died. But there's only 4 things down here. Wow, nothing is going on in Arknights today. It's kind of nice. A nice little break. You get to chillax. You get to take it easy. You get to Yukuri. Only thing you have to worry about is the monthly card, the Myrtle, and the girls, right? A very nice standard little Tuesday afternoon. Oh, fantastic.
This room has interesting decor.
Clues.
I'd be more fond of a future.
Oh right, why did I do this? Hold on. Unlock that exchange. Mr. Windfall, unlock this exchange. Thank you. Get this, get this. I don't have anything on me, right? I assume not, because I would have been able to like put more clues in. I think I literally had that open earlier because I went through and I did a little bit of my dailies and everything like that, and for some reason I just didn't click the button. Like it wasn't like sometimes like you see that and it's like, oh, it's because like there's currently a clue exchange in and you can't click the button because it doesn't exist. But like I'm pretty sure I could have clicked the button and I just didn't. That's on me, Mubby. Glad I caught that. Thank you, Kibo, for sending me a clue, even though I was full up on clues. Whew, easy. Now then, seriously, the plan for today, we're gonna read more. We're gonna learn about Hodor, Siege probably, even though Siege, really? Hold on. There's a lot of cool things that could happen in this chapter, and I love Siege, but like I don't think Siege is any of those cool things right now. I'd be interested to be wrong, but like I'm excited to see where this goes. Hodor and W and their entire squad, Enos is there as well. Like them, I'm excited where they're going. The doctor, that's my goat right there. That's me. I am my own goat right there. And Amia's there too, and Logos and Ascalon, right? Like the entire crew is there, and they're doing a little headspace adventure is what it feels like. That's fun. I still don't know how I feel about the whole the changelings coming back. What the hell's their name? The Dematsi. The Dematsi are back for some reason. I don't know how I feel about that one. We'll find out when that's fully filled out, but like right now it's a little Delphine, interesting. Delphine is just a more interesting siege, and that's just because I like her design more. And then I think that's all the main points. Am I missing anything in this? Yeah, it's W, it's Delphine, it's the Doctor. I feel like there is a 4th one I'm just forgetting right now. We'll find out. Shall we? 13.5, Anguish hangs over. Oh, is it, no, it's not. Oh, it's Guard! It's Guard and Reunion. Oh, Surprise Goat, that's right. Like, not goat, he's a dog, I think. I don't, or cat? He's a basic animal, but that's why I like him. He's like, he's doing things. Reunion is like doing things. They're actually like, they're not just like, hey, we're here, we're Reunion. They're like, hey, we're here, we're Reunion. Here is our modus operandi. Here's like why we're here and why we're doing things. And like, I like this a lot. Forgot about that one. That's goated. Everything in this is like solid except for like Delphine and Siege. They could do good things with them, but right now I feel like it's gonna retread it. But let's find out together, shall we? Anguish hangs over. Fate twists in an instant. Seize the opportunity. We got the LSDA. That's not a good acronym. It's no IPTV. Once fully charged, deals true damage. Yeah, same stuff. This is kind of nice though. I like. With LSDA, I don't know if this is nice, but like I do like maps like this because I just like to put all my dudes in one spot. Go to adverse. Hit it. Let's rock and roll. This looks fine. It works until it don't. The fog grows thicker. The entire forest seems to swim in it. I'll confess, I'm not so familiar with Casdale at all. By the end of the Banshees' courts part in the Banshee's courts? I feel, isn't it just the Banshee court? No, okay. I'll confess, I'm not so familiar with Kazdal at all. By the end of the Banshee's court's part in the war 200 years ago, I was gone from that city. It was in the convalescence of the Banshees I came of age. I'd asked my mother why, being one of our 6 heroes, she would choose to leave Kazdal, the city she once fought to the bitter end for. My mother issued no response at the time. She plucked a few reeds from the riverbank and wove a necklace for me. Their stems twisted about each other, head to tail, tail to head. It was beautiful, and I treasured it in the most genuine sense. Yet very soon, it withered and faded, and fell to scattered pieces. My mother told me how this was the Banshee's most traditional art form. We weave song and incantation, just as we weave necklaces of grass. But now, we had the entire convalescence. They needed not be foraged, needed not be bothered, and so, year after year, they grew forever. We Banshees sang our elegies, but the elegies were no supplication of the end. Rather, they were anticipation of new life. There is the Sarkaz need, not to hold a dead city standing, but to grow. This is a highly disconnecting environment, Doctor. We were in the thick of a forest only moments ago. Disconcerting, my bad. What lay before us became nothing alike as the fog settled in. Convalescence. Wait, what? Wait, is this the Doctor talking? This is weirder than the... Wait, what? Is this all an illusion, Logos? Or is this Logos' inner thoughts? Who's saying that? Who said that? That's... I thought it was weird when the Doctor, like, when his inner thoughts weren't using I, but you. And now I'm even more confused when the Doctor is speaking and I'm not the one choosing what he says. I like it, but at the same time, it... Ugh. The Doctor is considerably wounded, but their tone of voice is steadied once more. Ascalon silently carries the still unconscious Amia, taking the very front. She remains as ever, lips sealed, but I can sense that her current silence is a more bleak one than before. I remember, at the time of her hurried rendezvous with me, that flicker of an expression I found hard to discern. Mirages are a spin from nothingness. Their scenes are mere fictions in the mind, bound to return to nil no matter how lifelike. But this place is not. Everything here truly did exist once upon a time. Constructing a mirage like this requires not just intelligence and information, but time and space. It's too difficult. It was a Ben. Happy Tuesday, welcome on in. A bone whistle. Ben, why is the Doctor talking? I don't know how I feel about this. I know this convalescence. I've always loved it. Yes, the whistle of the Banshees. It doesn't necessarily entail originating arts. When we were young, we'd learn it by the riverside. We'd sit among the underbrush and wait still, until Great Fin gobbled small bug, until foul beast snatched up Great Fin. That is when the bone whistle is played. What's the scenery doing here? How do we get out? I'm trying. Originium Arts hasn't this power. The power this is of can only be something more ancient. But it shouldn't come about in this battlefield at this moment, not on Londinium's periphery. Everything we're seeing and hearing could pass for real. Our squad is not in good condition. We need to up our vigilance. At the convalescence's other end, there seems to stand someone, dead still, silent. Oh, yo, that's his mom. Mother. Logos, what's wrong? Nothing. I say try to tear this landscape apart directly. It carries some risk, but it's the best solution. I don't know whether it'd be safe to leave this place, Ascalon. Ascalon nods, handing Ami over to the doctor, who strains to hold her up by the arm that isn't hurt. Ascalon, Master Assassin, vanishes in a blink into the mist. I shut my eyes and prepare, conceiving of destruction, imagining reconstruction. But the figure appears again, this time atop one of the Convalus's crests. She seems to be looking at me, but she is as if a thin slice of the past, stuck, frozen in some older time. I know that crest full well. When I was young, I would practice incanting there, until twilight fell, and she would show up behind me. I would never know when exactly she had come, but she would just stand there, as she does now in this mirage. And once I exhausted myself, we would go home, together. I feel for my bone whistle. It's cold as bale ice, just like the time I was first given it. Not long ago, I sounded it to the closure of the Namatsi's court. But the time before that was back in this Convalus. I'll be leaving tomorrow, for Babel. Yes. You're master of the Elegia court now. Remember to send Her Highness Teresa my greetings. It still doesn't feel real to me, Mother. I'm too young to be master of a royal court. Now, what makes you say that? Anyone could see how remarkable you are. Keep this safe. Oh. Your bone whistle. I've tuned it for you and given it a royal court crest. And of course, a kiss full of magic, too. Alright. Simply sound it, and all the Sarkaz will know it as the will of the Nell. Mother, what should a Lord of the Banshees do? Do what you believe you must. I once talked to you about those ravings of mine. The fettered Sarkaz have no escape, just as the necklaces you used to weave together for me became naught but pieces in the end. Yet what fetters us is our identity, to what we belong. The royal court, and perhaps the king of Sarkaz. But still, you bestow this aspect on me. Our rotting bones will never again be given new life, should annihilation reach its destination. And yet, that is the rule. We sound the knell for all, for others, for ourselves. But it is a necessary burden. If you feel our time-worn inheritance has been reduced to naught but a stepping stone to new life, then it is for you to ascertain that yourself. Supposing that does not change your mind, then from death comes new life. I rest the whistle to my lips. My. Now, well done. O tender little Lord of the Banshees, for whom does your first fledgling knell toll? For myself. For the royal court that would rot, past and future all. The Sarkaz must write a new verse. What meaning is there in a stagnant landscape? With the words, Power burst forth. Oh, he is here! I was thinking about that last week where I was like, it feels like the place that yeah, Hodor and W and Ingrid? That's not her name. That might be her name. The Lich. No, it's not Ingrid, it's something goofier. Cuz it's like a almost pun like her name is. The three of them were like teleported into a weird dreamlike world, and I was like, oh, it's kind of like what I think is happening to Logos and everyone like that. Oh, okay. It's weird that they got above ground though, unless this is like layers. Also, I think it's really interesting that Logos has only sounded his whistle twice, and one is for just a little like little self-indulgence kind of a thing. His little edgy little like I'm sounding it for me and for the court, and then the other one was for the Motzi. This is the vampire's witchcraft. But the vampire could never construct the landscape we were just in. I fear there's some other presence helping him. What's the vampire planning to do with these art circles? Laboring to keep Amiya supported, the doctor lifts their head with some worry, taking in the giant, sanguine-colored crystals. The loop here isn't even complete, but some of its symbols are legible. Purify. It's trying to affect our blood somehow. Affect Sarkaz's blood. Which is why, W was doing, like, bloodletting. This artistry is tied to the Sarkaz's power. The doctor gives no response, seemingly lost in thought. Hey! They finally ran out of patience. I detected them long ago. A handful of boorish wanderers. The derangement of our space-time was masking their figures, and now, with the mist abated, they finally show themselves. Already, the silver glint of Ascalon's hand has cut across their necks, while bone-writ incantation blocks their attack. A clump of dirt. It's crude, as a child would be. Wait! I told you they were real! Those ghosts were the real deal. Ah, it is a child. Is that you? Does the doctor know this Sarkaz girl? You're that, doctor, right? I saw you once in the munitions factory in Highbury. What are you doing here? And the knocked out Caddis. And Sarkaz. You were supplying goods to refugees in Norport. How'd you know that? Don't let it slip. I was just, I don't think that Countess girl is looking too good, is she? And your arm is all... I'm gonna guess you guys are fine hanging out with these Sarkaz. I think we ended up back where we came. But did we do it for real this time? I've met enough haloed monster things for one day. This is out of whack. Paprika, what are you talking to the ghost for? One in a hood. One unconscious bunny. And a Sarkaz. No, driver, they're real. As in, like, real? The Sarkaz steps up to me, skeptically looking me up and down. I can tell with a glance that she's never taken the battlefield. Her hands are calloused in the wrong places. Just now, did the young paprika girl call her driver? Hello. Minor, come check this out. It's real. Huh, your clothes must have cost some money, didn't they? Maybe take a closer look. Nah, never mind. Trust you versus pumpkins not to know. Quit it with the, oh, I'm from Casdell already, shopkeep. Like you matter. All you do there is run a grocery store. No, wait. Forgot. You sold your store so you can come pick fights out here. Ha! Shape up a little. Stop getting carried away in front of other people. Now, hey, haha. You may have met me in Castle before. My grocery store was a fairly popular one. The man nicknamed Shopkeep rubs his hands, eyeing me with ingratiation. His dagger is equipped with an auxiliary Originium Arts control apparatus. Never an affordable piece of a kit. A shame it's all new. Dagger itself included. You must be part of the royal court, yeah? I can tell by your regalia. I take it you're the, child of soil and stone? Huh? So he hasn't the first clue about any court at all. I am the Banshee. A boy Banshee? I thought Banshees were meant to be all girls. Correct. Huh. Never heard about any boy Banshee when I was in Casmira's. Not that I mean to be impolite or, you know. Paprika, you're friends with celebrities like him and you never told us? No, I don't know if we, like, know each other. Are you moving things? Inside their truck, I notice an uncovered spot where a few blood-streaked crystals are poking out. Where are you transporting these goods to? Aren't these ritual materials? I don't really know how to explain. We're just patrolling along our route map because some art circles might be a little damaged, and we need to repair them. The doctor makes brief eye contact with me. I have some inkling. A Sarkaz truck. A vehicle that can take us through the battlefield. With Amiya's current condition, we won't be rendezvousing with the main unit on foot. I can sense Ascalon all set to go in the shadows, ready to strike at the amateur squad before us. But evidently, the doctor already has a better idea. Noble Banshee, Sire, we won't cross the battlefield live at this rate. I beg you, just let us go. I can comprehend the doctor's gist, but I'm not really well versed when it comes to this. I commandeer your transport squadron. We are on a special mission of the utmost nature, but we're assailed en route. For your assistance, I will memorialize you forevermore. It'd be our honor to serve a member of the royal court, your highness. It's just being memorialized by a death-tolling banshee doesn't seem like much of a fortune. Could you, Here is your payment. Thank you. Coins that mechanist stuffed in my bag. Thank you, Asaya. But our transport duty. I'll explain to your superiors afterwards. A special mission? Why bring these two outbloods along? They are my captives. Captives? But you, Okay, but once this is over, you guys are gonna come see General Manfred with me. For now, we'll go sort out some positions. The doctor comes to my side, voice grave. Logos, figure out a car for Ascalon, too. The Confessari attack was no simple one. They and the vampire were working together, but in the process, they estranged Amiya from the ship. Doctor, are you worrying? Closure and the Cell Station core troop don't have any suitable combat personnel between them. Calcit's wounded. Shining's powerful, but the Confessari are sure to have methods prepared just for her. I understand. The state Amiya is in may not be curable with medication. What she needs most right now, before she comes to, is not to fall into the Confessari's line of sight. Operating under the squad's support will be safer. I'll get Ascalon to back up Calcit. We've got you here. Thanks for parts. Thank you, Aeon. Happy Tuesday, Aeon. Happy Tuesday, Nukiyashi. Welcome in. A little emotional sport Neko. Hey, spare parts. Thank you. I like Lord Logos play. I like that they can. That's a really cute little moment of the like. I don't know. It feels really fitting. Like the doctor being like, "Hey Logos," like just with eyes alone, just being like, "Hey Logos, we're gonna ham it up here for a second." And Logos is like, I'm not really used to this, but sure." I think my favorite part about this chapter is that you're going between different points of views. So seeing Logos' inner thoughts here, very good, very cute. I'll get Ascalon to back up Calcet. We've got you here. Besides, the doctor looks at the sanguine art circles. A pit forms in their stomach. Say no more. I know far too well. These crystals aren't just simple originium. Ooh, so here's the thing, and that jerk Ben, it's not a spoiler, but like, yeah, Ben kind of hit the nail on the head there, which is an interesting little idea of, I don't know if I would have noticed this or not. I definitely noticed it because of oh, well, maybe. See, that's the thing, is Ben might be playing 3D chess on me. And if so, I don't know how I feel about that. I don't like being 3D chess by my own chat. But my immediate thought process is that, like, okay, maybe it's not the doctor because we're not doing the actual inputting of the doctor's talking. But also, I think what's the bigger thing, which is interesting, is that we saw from W's thing earlier, right? W and Hodor and not Ingrid, what's her name? Ermagerd. It's Ermagerd. It's Ermagerd. That's what it was. I called it a pun of a name earlier, and the pun is, oh my god. Ermagerd. Ermagerd, W and Hodor got teleported by the circle, but notably Enos, who is not a Sarkhead, did not get teleported by that circle earlier. So the idea of oh, Logos and Ascalon are the ones talking, and the doctor is also talking, but I'm not talking as the doctor, so, like, is that the real doctor? It wouldn't make sense that he also got tangled up with the Sarkaz circle, because he's not a Sarkaz. He's a space alien. So, like, circles within circles? That's my current thought process. I don't like this. I didn't even see what the dangerous condition for this mission was, but I'm gonna assume it's this. Did I bring Mudrock along? I didn't. Why didn't I? This is gonna suck. Actually, can I just, what happens if this reaches max, but, oh, it did not do as much damage to them as I thought it should. Uh-oh, this actually might be bad. Okay, they're done casting. Okay. That's kind of what I wanted to do. I was like, oh, if they're casting right now, I can get a cheeky little strike on there. Do this here because then he's out of the range. We need to do this here as well because we're worried about okay, this is now an issue. I mean, people are gonna die at least here. So they got rid of 2 of the cars, which is nice. Please get in range. Please get in range. Yes. Okay. So this won't. We know this won't kill it. Wait. What? What? Oh man. I think I don't know what happened, but I assume what happened was that something died while Myrtle was skill activated, and it was like past Chong, and so they couldn't get the block there. Oh. Okay, so now we know what to do. We can just swap out swap the Viano is yapping there. Switch that for put Mudrock in. Honestly, that might be all we need. I can only switch out Myrtle for I might do that. I noticed in my inventory earlier that I have like the 5-star operator mastery thing still, and that'd be a decent thing to put put this down now. We can get some chip damage in. I think she can survive and like stun these enough. Oh, she might just kill them all. Oh, never mind. I don't know what I didn't know. I don't know why I didn't do that earlier. Actually, you know what would be funny? Like in a cosmic way. Dang, it does not do as much. Yeah, this is where you want to do it, I think. 8, 9, 10. So we can do this, and then we can do this. So switch the block over to Chong. Chong is currently a 2 block. Okay, we're fine here. See, the dangerous thing is we can't hit... We can stop this one. And we can also kill him. And then with that kill, we get a little bit more damage here. Keep an eye on this, though. Because we need to watch out for people slipping through. I think I'm going to do this, actually. Because then we get some damage in. Just things can happen down here, right? There we go. Do this. Do this. Chong is able to pop off now. And now what we're going to do is we're going to do this into this into this. And then there's going to be a big build up here, I think. And this should... Yes! And then that takes the aggro. Oh, this little guy! Did I bring Totter? I didn't bring Totter. I brought Tifon. Oh, I should have bring... Oh, I should bring Totter. Ugh. Let's get a healer out over here. That's good, though. And yeah, the good thing is these things should, from their... Typically, they make it so these things die before they reach this, so I don't have to worry about, like, actually defeating them. Thank you, the highs. I just thought about something really interesting. How does Contrail interact with these? Contrail theoretically can, like, hard counter these in a really good way, or in a really interesting way at the very least, because she can actually air block. Ooh. That could be cute. That could be interesting. Put this out. This might be a little... This might be... We probably don't need this. This actually might be bad. She blocks him, which means they lose their invisibility, right? That could be a cute little interaction there. Oh, I should have activated that way sooner. I'm a little worried about this. Hopefully, it keeps moving around a little bit there. No, he's just gonna sit there for a little. Okay, that's fine. Oh, let's go, Mudrock. I didn't realize she was gonna do so much work down there. I didn't realize that most things go down here. Not a lot actually. Oh, this is actually only ranging to come from here. Everything else has to either go this way or around, and very few things are probably gonna go around, right? Oh. I mean, let's just do this just to make sure nothing bad happens. But I think at this point, Mudrock just kind of solos. Look at her, she's gaming. Spin, Mudrock, spin. She's spinning and she is winning. I'm a little bit worried about this, but they all add to block count. Perfect, we got it. Nice. It really was just as simple as getting Mudrock. And boop. Oh, I thought the spin would kill it. Mission accomplished. That's a cute little one. Wait, this is gonna be a new person. Oh, Siege! Do you know what the cruelest thing in the world is? Neither total darkness, nor endless torment, nor a dark alley full of murderers. It's when a gentle hand pulls you out of a nightmare, just as you thought it was over, and all the pain would come to an end. Only for you to realize that salvation was just a cruel joke, a brief respite before falling further into the darkness. Even greater suffering is gazing upon you, within a stone's throw. And you are powerless before such mockery. Delphine, do you want to join us? The Duke of Windmere's coffin is being transported to the approaching battleships. Some of the refugees have taken it upon themselves to organize a funeral procession in their gratitude. She keeps looking at the place where her mother had fallen, even though any trace of blood is long gone. It may not be a good idea to invite her in now. I'm already starting to regret it. Can you thank them for me, Vina? I want to stay here a while longer. What do they say to you? Nothing. I'll just stay for a little longer and cool my head. The sword guards boarded the late arriving escort fleet. Most of them kept silent while the nobles panicked. A moment's weakness when I tried to help that soldier. The vampire reached out his hand. Whether it was an obvious trap or not, Mother was wounded because of it. Broken formation and fallen soldiers. Sword guards do not defend their duke. Their only goal is to fulfill their mission. But they faced a foe powerful beyond their imagination. Delphine. The staff officers think there was too much personal sentiment in this reckless operation. They never supported it. They must believe that I'm the reason Mother died. A hero should not die for the weak. And they're right. I gaze at the late arriving battleships, their standards flying high. For some reason, I am reminded of Allerdale. I've cleaned your wounds as best I can, Lady Delphine. This is all I can do with the limited amount of medicine available. Thank you, Doctor. I must go. The General Staff have ordered all troops to report back. I've left behind some things that belong to you. These were the Duke's gifts to you, and you have her sword. This may sound impudent, but I hope that you will come back to Ironclad Gallivey with us. Whatever the senior officers say, nothing can change the fact that you are the heir to the title of Duke Windermere. I'll think about it. Right now, I just want some quiet. How are things? They took a bunch of people, but many more remain. So, that rough mum really... Yes. Ironic, isn't it? The Duke has trained her officers well. Even now, the General Staff of Windermere continue to plot the next course of action according to the plan. But... What about Delphine? It seems like the snobbish officers are planning to abandon her. I don't know. I'm even worried what they might do to Delphine as the heir. Heir. She's not ready. Duke Windermere was a strong leader. Her sword guards, her general staff, they all serve the greater good of Victoria alone. But she herself, she made an admirable but reckless decision for the sake of her daughter. That decision saved a bunch of lives, though, didn't it? I'm not criticizing her. I respect her. But it means that Delphine is being abandoned by what her mother, Duke Windermere, built on her own. Oh. What do we do now? They took some of the refugees. Can we really trust them? Do we follow the tales of the nobles in the coming battle? They didn't take everyone? That's not right. If this one ship could take everyone, there's no reason that so many battleships couldn't. What's that movement? I thought the ship's engines were out. The window! Dust rises from the escort fleet that has only just rendezvoused with us. They're sailing away. Delphine! She stands on the deck, where her mother left this world, holding her mother's sword in her arms, as she did before I went below. The wind sweeps at her short hair. Her solitude makes her look even smaller than she is. What's going on? I grab her shoulder. Only then does she come out of her stupor. I see none of the anger, fear, or sorrow that I expected to see. She's wearing barely any emotion at all. Only calm, flat disappointment, and a quiet so deep it's painful to see. They're gone. Her voice trembles a little, but it's still too calm. There are civilians down below waiting to see the Duke of Windmere's coffin off. Those bastards didn't mind running innocent people over. What's going on? That wasn't part of the orders. Maybe there was a miscommunication. We still have a few good IFVs. We need to head back to Ironclad Galve and get confirmation. I've never gazed upon the tail of a battleship so intently. Ridiculous. The marks that the rain of blood left on our clothes is a lingering reminder of that cruel attack. Several hours have passed since we left the Duke of Windmere's flagship. Bad news keeps coming. We did a head count as we left the ship. The doctor, Amia, and Ascalon were not there. We only had time to do a brief search, which came up empty. All I can do is keep faith in their strength. But for some reason, I think back to Amia's lean shoulders. Sorrow and helplessness are luxuries that this group can no longer afford. Stop dawdling! I really can't go any further. I'll whip you if I have to. Get up! Stay with the armor if you want to live. I need to catch my breath, sir. I have a condition. No dawdling. This is just about your life. Hands off, Norport hoodlum. I'm just carrying out my orders. They're not trained soldiers. They've been at a forced march for 5 straight hours. They don't have any strength left. Then they can lie down and die. We're trying to save their lives. Everything can still be salvaged if we make it back to Ironclad Galve. They need to stop and rest. I said, it's not just for them. It's for you too, Ensign. I know your condition. Not many soldiers were left behind, but I know almost all of you are infected. Shut up! I'll let that slide. This once. You're Duke Windermere's man. Do not let your actions defile her memory. Infection. A curse they fear more than any other. Catch up to the ship that abandoned them. Hide the growing black crystals under the bandage. Fool yourself. I'm sorry. It's just... Don't say that blasted word. I'm fine. Really, I'm fine. I said to keep a low profile on the Barons and avoid drawing Sarka's attention. Sir, It's getting dark. The civilians trying to keep up with you need rest, Lieutenant. No. We continue the march as planned. We can reach Hill 31 by midnight at our current pace. We'll reestablish communication with Ironclad Galve there. Only once we're in touch with the nomadic fortress are we truly safe. If we wait until morning, I doubt this group is ready to face the Sarkaz, and... You're the ranking officer and de facto commander here, and the ship's doctor. You know as well as I do that We're trying to catch a fast battleship with our own feet and a few tanks. I respect your decision, Lieutenant, but we don't even know why those battleships left. If they didn't respond to your hails at the time, why do you think the fortress will open its gates to us? I checked on the group. We have less than 3 companies of combat-effective soldiers, and nearly 1,000 refugees following in tow. By the time the march that you had in mind is done, there will be less than 20% left. Vina, right? Listen. He avoids my gaze. I mean 20% of your soldiers, and none of the refugees. Sir! I need not hear what they're saying. I saw what happened. Someone bled his last in the long, silent wall of people. He left behind a long trail of blood, mixed in with the mud. The lieutenant's silence hardly lasted 2 breaths. Slow down a little. We'll keep going. Idiot. My fist leaves its mark on his face. I heard a crisp sound. I think I dislocated his jaw. Ugh. He quickly puts his jaw back in place. Must have dealt with this sort of thing a lot. You assaulted a soldier, hooligan. I could have you executed according to Victorian service law. You! Stand up. You could try to execute me, or we can keep going. The fist is a solution that can only be used once in a while. Dagda, Morgan, and Indra stand in front of the soldiers on edge. The civilians surround us, silently. It reminds me of how we used to fight turf wars on the streets. Stand down! Do not open fire! They called you Siege, didn't they? They were telling stories that you're actually highborn or something. With that accent. I'm a hooligan. Leader of the Glasgow gang. Fine. I don't care. Listen, I'm a soldier who has pledged his loyalty to the Duke of Windermere. My duty is to fulfill the mission handed down by my commander. I'm waiting for you to wipe the blood from your mouth. Give up. Your elbow is about to dislocate. Some sacrifices are acceptable in order to protect the many. And just who are the many? Have you taken a good look at who you're leading? Frightened soldiers, silent civilians, the infected, the wounded, the people standing around us. I'd had enough. I want to tell them, those who escaped hell in Norport, I'm still looking out for them. There's still someone who cares about them. Might makes right. Law of the streets, Lieutenant. I'm telling you now that they're going to make camp here, and they're going to rest. We must reconsider our course of action. If we cut off the main force at Ironclad Gallivey, everyone is going to die when we run into the Sarkaz. Every last what? Enough. Don't insult the memory of the Duke of Windermere anymore, Lieutenant Shearer, if you still think you're part of her army. How could you? Delphine clutches the hilt of her sword. It surprises me. Even more than it surprises Lieutenant Shearer. He's surprised. And angry. I'm slowly reminded that he had provided medical aid to everyone on the ship before Ironclad Gallivey abandoned us. She got new outfit time. Delphine, your clothes and the sword. Bond showed up. A little big for me, is it? But I need you all to hear me out. This feels like a Simone the Digger moment, by the way. I was thinking that, like, because I was thinking that when she was on the deck of the ship, right, and she was just like staring out into space on because of her mother's passing, right, and like Siege was trying to talk to her and she just has this vacant stare. I thought this was gonna go on for like 1 or 2 more episodes with her, and then we were gonna get the Simone the Digger moment of like, I am not my mother, I am me, I am Delphine, but I am the Duke of Windermere or something like that. This is surprisingly early. Maybe she's probably still has a few things to go through, but like, it's the outfit. This outfit's great. Is the lieutenant leaving? Yes. They formed a small squad and picked the tank in best condition. He can leave at any time. That squad will travel light and quick. They can reach the marked location before dawn. You put those clothes on. Maybe what they represent still means something to someone. I've spoken to my troops, Lady Delphine. They will follow your orders until I return. For the last time, my lady. You're the heir to Windermere. No matter what happens, you should come with us. Sorry, but I must stay. This was my promise to the people. They need to know that Victoria has not abandoned them. They need this hope to keep going. We can only trust each other now. We must trust each other. If the departure of the escorts was just a misunderstanding or mutiny by a few, then Ironclad Gallaudet will welcome us, whether I'm there or not. And if not... The lieutenant's eyelids twitches. Delphine's words are certainly subversive. My presence will only make things worse. At least you'll live. My lady! It's not my own hide that I'm concerned. They let me go the first time. Perhaps out of respect for my mother. Perhaps out of a sense of pity. But they won't give me a second chance. I trust my comrades, and the officer's loyalty to the Duke. Please, take this locating beacon, Lady Delphine. I promise to bring back good news. As for you... The man gazes calmly at me. I clench my fist, preparing for a sucker punch. You got some hard knuckles. Take care of Lady Delphine. Cheers, Lieutenant. Oh, I like that's cute. Thank you, Nukiashi. I like that guy. I like that guy a lot. That feels like because clearly he's doing like he was doing, you know, like the bad thing of like we have to march these people, but he wasn't doing it out of like any sense of evilness. Thank you, Dolly. Happy Tuesday, Dolly. Welcome on in. That felt like Star Trek-y. And what I mean by that is oh, let's go spare parts. Thank you, Dolly. What I mean by that is it reminds me of a very, very specific, very like one of like a lot of people really like this one episode of Star Trek, which is there are 4 lights. The actual episode is, I don't know what that, I have to look this up because I reference this way too often for this to work. Thank you, Nukiashi. Apologize for parts. There are 4 lights. What is this? Is it Reunion? Chain of Command. Oh, that's so obvious. There's a 2-part episode of Star Trek called Chain of Command. The first part's kind of mid. I'm going to be real. No one really cares about the first part. The second part is what everyone cares about, and it gets set up by the first part. I guess there's some bits in the first part that are good, but like the second part's the goated one. But in the episode, Jean-Luc Picard is sent on a secret mission, which he then gets captured and he gets tortured by a Cardassian general, which is where like there are 4 lights, where the Cardassian general is trying to break him by like showing him 3 lights and telling him that there are 4 lights, and you know it's like a double speak or whatever. It's the 1984 like telling you have to like say this false thing to break their spirit. That's not the important part though. That's just the other part that people really like. The other part, the part that this reminds me of, is while Captain Jean-Luc Picard is on his mission, instead of like Riker taking command of the Enterprise, they get some other dude from Starfleet to take over the Enterprise. And the way that he runs the Enterprise is not bad, but it's so different than how Jean-Luc Picard would do things. And I think it's such a really well done character of someone who is objectively not bad, but like it's just they're rough against the grain compared to what is like standard. And I think in a way Shearer is kind of like that, where I don't like Shearer is in a really stressful position. He's now, as far as he's aware, the highest ranking officer, because he doesn't know that Siege is the queen. He doesn't like, and Windemere's there, like Delphine's there, but Delphine clearly hasn't like taken up her reins as of yet. So he is in all intents and purposes, he's like, oh, I now have to like take care of all these refugees. And like I think like, even though he probably comes off a little bit harsher here because you're seeing it through Siege's eyes, like part of it is like he's like, we just need to survive. Like I know this sucks for everyone, but we need to survive. And he's like being stressed out, but he's doing what he thinks is objectively correct, and he's not doing it out of a place of malice necessarily. And so when Delphine comes in, he's like, okay, you are the leader, like. And he's very willing to like give up the chain of command because he's not doing this out of any sort of malice, any sort of evilness. I like that a lot. I like Shearer's character a lot there, and I hope that what ends up happening is that the Siege crew they go off and do their own thing, and then like Shearer and like other lords come and save the day whenever like it's like we followed the distress beacon, we're here, like because he that felt like a good character moment. I like that. Good job, Shearer. He's not a dick, he just had his own way of doing things. Siege, we checked up on the refugees from Norport. Perhaps Duke Windermere had given orders behind our backs. Things were chaotic when we boarded the ship, and we couldn't find the ones who executed the order. Regardless, their screening was impeccable. There's no sign of infection amongst the refugees in the group. But now, I look in the direction where the lieutenant departed. Of course. Many soldiers who fought amidst Sarkaz witchcraft are showing acute infection symptoms. These soldiers got erypathy fighting the Sarkaz. How could their comrades just abandon them like that? It's an old military tradition, and not a strictly Victorian one. It's the same in Casimir as Ursus, Gaul. The infected are not allowed in camps. More conscientious commanders might put the infected in their own unit and send them on the most dangerous missions. But for the military, there's far too much uncertainty in the infected and their uncontrolled arts. Some must have resisted. No one ever succeeded. Looking back on history, the infected make up a relatively small portion of armies in times of war. Acceptable losses in exchange for stability on the front lines. It's even in the textbooks of the Royal Military Academy. It's just the honorable martyrs who died for the glorious Foundation. Now, no need to get violent, ladies. I'm here to talk. First, let me make it clear that the death of Her Grace Duke Windermere has nothing to do with the part of Victoria that I serve. In fact, I bring my sincerest condolences, Lady Delphine. My own position aside, I believe she glowed brighter than any hero in the Battle of the Four Emperors. But now, who will leave the gap that her death leaves behind? Who can step up to take her place in the grand strategic theater? Duke Wellington is an accomplished soldier, but we all know he has no intention of giving his all. Duke Castor has her hands full coordinating everything. Frankly, the death of Duke Windermere is a big problem. You sure got the news quickly, didn't you? Well, it's my business to know. You'd be familiar with our line of work. Well, what are you here for? I suggest you think carefully about the next words coming out of your mouth. Flowers for the hero, Lady Windermere, and a gift of rations and ammunition. In exchange for... You know full well, Your Royal Highness. The scrap of metal known as the Size of Kings. To be honest, I have no use for this sword, personally. You want to trade? Sure. My conditions are simple. Take that damnable stone of the sword of yours and bring it to the front lines, where the storm blows the fiercest. where fire falls the hardest. You can get lost if your plan is to keep this sword safely in the rear, to prop up a tent for kings and nobles to drink tea beneath. If you really will bring this thing to the lines and provide shelter for Victoria's warriors, citizens, and the poor souls who have lost their homes. If it is a shelter for all, whether the sons of a blacksmith or the daughter of a teacher, whether they take pay in the name of Victoria or carry weapons of their own making, then, by all means, you can have this piece of metal. Come to me with the stone of the sword, Trilby Asher. I promise that I will never fall behind you on the front lines, not by a single step. Oh my. This is beyond my discretion. I'm just an envoy, after all. Her Grace, the Duke of Castor, has the final decision. Then go to your master. Come back to me once you have an answer from my dear aunt. I'll do my best, Your Royal Highness Alexandrina. But this is just a promise on a personal level. What follows now is off the record. Some personal opinions, not of Trilby Asher, but of Sir Suffolk Bellingham. A new voice is not necessarily a bad thing. You've taken in infected soldiers. Well, and many more civilians, but the point stands. That's all good and fine, but it's not enough. You need an army. Your own army. An army with a place for them. You. I'm surprised. Perhaps it's Castor's trick. But he's encouraging me to form my own reunion. Ooh! Okay, I might... Okay, ooh, okay, this is getting a little bit more interesting with Siege now. Okay. Looks like you really did turn off your sound recorder. I can't do it for too long. Can't do it for too long. Colleagues start getting suspicious, you know. My grandmother was executed after getting infected in the War of the Four Nations. When she left, she told me with a laugh that there was less than a 3% chance of getting Europe in battle. It was only when I inherited the title and looked through the records and the archives that I learned. The 3% figure has been in use for centuries. It's never changed, even though we're using more origining machines and more complex origining arts in modern warfare. Perhaps you haven't noticed because all you can see is a small corner of the battlefield. Certainly the Dukes haven't noticed, because they have their sights set way too far away. But I have. The infection problem in the Victorian army is serious. Serious on an unprecedented scale. Everyone exercises restraint in a conflict between civilized nations. No one wants their camp to be filled with ticking, living time bombs, or sees a dirty city covered in originium dust. But now, our enemy is the Sark has. If you really mean to do this, Siege, then it has the potential to be a good thing for your reputation. For my career. Perhaps even for our country. Thanks for the concern, but my friends and I know the infected better than you do. We'll be fine. Very well. Oh, by the way, I have some scrap equipment here that nobody wants or cares about. Leftovers, you know. You can have them. It's all trash, after all. Farewell, then. How much do you believe him? I'd rather believe that even someone like him could not stay out of this conflict. What did he leave behind? A recording and coordinates? The sound. Need support. Short leg. Shred. Tempest platoon. Requesting aid. Ooh. Okay, that's that. Alright. Because my biggest complaint with Siege's thing is that Siege's, like, plot, her arc has generally been, like, you gotta be a leader, which inherently I think it's okay, but it's, like, I feel like you have to make that really interesting in some way, shape, or form, and they haven't done that yet, like, at all. It's like the idea of like, oh, you have to be able to take up the crown. You have to be able to like hold the sword a little bit, which in her own way she doesn't really want. She wants to like and like that's a standard conflict, but there hasn't been anything that like has made it unique and different. But having a Trilby Asher come in and say to Siege like, hey, off the record, there are a lot of people that are becoming infected, and because this is a Sarkaz war, we're fighting Sarkaz. They're using effectively what are like dirty bombs that then turn their enemies into infected, right? That's just the way that they fight. And so like the 3% number is originally false, but even more so false now because there's just so much originium on the battlefield inherently between their arts and the weapons that they use, that like there are so many infected in this army that Siege, a lot of the like the hoity-toity nobles, those dukes might be like quelling the infected from their army in like record numbers, especially compared to like past wars, like what is happening here with her thing. And like Siege, you know what, if you take all those soldiers that are being like left behind, which there is a lot of them, you can make your own reunion, that, or like your own, basically her own army that would be able to rival the armies of like the other dukes in a way. That way, not only can she get an army of her own making, of her own like an army to rally under her banner, it's a unique army. It's an army that would follow Victoria, and because if there are so many infected people out there because of this war, her army could be larger than and can contend with the Duke's armies. Plus, and this is the important part, then that makes it even more fun that Reunion is here. Because I like Reunion in this, because they have like things to do. And now like if Reunion is the connection to Siege here, not what I was gonna expect, and that could be extremely cool. At least we know that this Trilby Asher will be okay. To have a bad time in Gary. Is it the same one? Like, I don't know. I can't tell which one's which. They all just say Trilby Asher. I like that Trilby Asher though. He had a good idea. Oh my god, you did get her early! Oh my god, I didn't. You actually get her like early now. Wow. She's a caster? I didn't know that either, actually. Ooh. Well then. Oh, you wait. You get. Do you just get the materials to upgrade her to E1 like immediately as well? Effectively, you just get a bunch of you only get. I think you get like 4. I don't know. Either way. No, 4 is enough. 5 is for Oh, yo, sick. This is how they should have done it. Because now I'm gonna like use her in the. Yeah, you get 4. Wow. They basically give you like at least they give you the chips to upgrade her to E1 immediately. They're just desserts for underestimating you. Wait, what am I doing? I need to switch her VA. Cool.
We can save each other the trouble of introducing ourselves, and I'll treat this contract as a token of your.
I have not. It's probably peak. I might end up, especially if you get like. I like that they. I really hope they give me some. Oh, salt. If they give me this salt at some point, I won't eat her right now because I don't know. I think caster chips are actually the one I have the least amount of. 9, 8, 8, 12. Yes, caster is the least. I could actually have enough to do it though. That's the insane part. Yeah, I'll see it. Link it up while I bump this to 70. Am I okay with this? Yeah, I'm okay with this. That's fine.
This battle record is a 5 out of 5. It's as good as the Rankwood action blockbusters I used to watch at the video shop.
A 5 out of 5. Baptize the blade. Increase damage dealt to enemies above 80% by HP by 10%. Oh, she's kind of like the opposite of Robin. Not Robin. Absinthe. Is her E2 the or his skill 2 the yes? Okay. In the Whirlpool, that his passion attack is increased to 120% against Sarkaz enemies, and stores an additional attack charge that only fires against Sarkaz enemies. Oh, Mysticaster. That's what Mysticaster is. I forgot that Mysticaster was the stored charges one. Oh, that's interesting. It must be you. Happy Tuesday. Welcome on in. We just got Boncho. Our Boncho Doncho. bump that up. I assume S2. Concentration attack range changes. Attack roll is significantly reduced, and each attack deals 40% attack as arts damage. Attack plus 60%, but no longer targets enemies below 50%. So yeah, she's just like the opposite of Absinthe in a way. Attacks cause targets to take 6% of Delphine's attack per second as arts damage. Honestly, she feels like she'd go really well with Logos as well because of the taking them to 50% health and then he might just kill them, right? I have seen this before. I think I agree. Oh, that's really cute. I see your mom behind her. Aw. And that's interesting. I don't know if I like that or don't like that. I think I kind of like that. I assume Benny has her E2 because I know that Benny has her E1 thing on the screen, and I think I agree with him. I think the E1 is better because known hat hater Ace Windfall does like a small amount of hats, and this is like one of the best hats that you can have. So like this right here, this is fantastic. Are there cats in there? Unless you mean like by the cats you mean the characters themselves. Oh, there are. It's in the bottom left by her tail. Oh, that's really cute actually. It's the mother cat carrying the baby cat by the nape of the neck. Aww. Okay, I did see there are animals in there. That's kind of cute. It's both. I feel I both like it in a way, but also I don't fully know how I feel about it because like part of me is like I think that's a really cool scene. The idea of Delphine's mom being her stand as the one like I'm giving you this power, you can do this for me. But at the same time, I don't like that as her standard E2 art because to me that in a way feels like she's always gonna be in the shadow of her mother. That's a very specific feeling. Like this feels like it'd be great as a CG but I don't like that that's her actual just like E2 art because it feels like she's always gonna be in the shadow of her mother when she should be able to like become her own character. I feel like not insulting, but I feel like Delphine deserves better than to have her mother on her splash. Even though I personally am a fan of her mother. You feel me? You feel me? You get it? Pop this, pop this. I like it though. We're gonna test out how she is. E1, but wait, what's that for? Oh right, I'm actually like doing the main mission. Cool. Okay, rocket, pocket. And then I read that really quickly, and between the fact that it has example in the name and there's like nothing here, I thought this was like a placeholder text for a second. In the name of example, we make miracles. This feels like, I guess these got bloated because they have to explain a thing. Like this just feels so empty in comparison. That's the game's way of apologizing to kill her immediately. I don't like that apology. Don't apologize for that. You stick with that. You don't apologize. Don't spit in my face and then say sorry. I don't know what you should say there. You probably should say sorry, but like wording, like there is a thought process behind this one. It's just like you killed her, you have her stay dead. Show her in like one CG at this point, but like let Delphine bloom into her own. Let me think. You need 3 blockers, or you need to like have a giant AoE effect here. Touch of the Sanguinarch have increased HP, and Bloodborne spawns have increased attack speed. We swap out a Tifon for Delphine. Sancha.
I'll cooperate at all times.
Let's see if this works. Part of me wants to just E2 her just because then I can actually take use of the effect she has. Oh, look at her! I get Benny. I get him. I was the first to see the scout. While I scouted the silent government buildings next to the plaza on the other bank, his dead body drifting in the water, still grabbing the reeds by the bank. It seems he never gave up trying to survive. Not far from him, his journal lay quietly in the waterproof pouch, the last entry written just before his departure. I volunteered for this mission to deliver the SOS. I won't come back, whether I succeed or fail. No one will survive. Crossed out. They don't have strike-through text in this game? His journal indicates that the defenders of Chetley are in dire straits. See the crossing on the other side? The ferries have been sunk. Horn's squad has been completely cut off from the outside. 2 days ago, this soldier tried to cross the river under the cover of darkness, but was shot by the Sarkas patrolling on the opposite bank. There was no word from the troops that were garrisoned in the city hall. The soldier's journal made me uneasy. 23 soldiers, 2 squads. Other than the city hall, silent in the darkness, the rest of the buildings around the plaza have been reduced to smoldering ruins by artillery fire. At least the tragedy hammers one thing. No one can truly escape death on the battlefield. The Camus River runs to the east and north side of the plaza. The crossing to the east is under Sarkas control. The lights coming from the south should be the Sarkas camp. They've holed up in the city hall for more than 2 weeks. If the journal is accurate, the last bridge that connects the city hall to the residential district on the other side of the north bank was attacked no less than 2 days ago. It's possible that they're cut off from all supplies. Out of ammo, out of food. What do we do? If we have the time to worry about that here, we might as well just cross the river and see for ourselves. We can't just cross without a plan, Hannah. If we're discovered... Actually, Hannah's words made me think. We've been unable to reach Horn's squad by radio. Restoring communications is our first priority. Me, Hannah, Morrigan, and Dagda will swim across the river and see what the situation is inside City Hall. That's too dangerous, Vina. You realize that we're the best people for this job. The only people for this job. We're Rhodes Island operators. Small squad spec ops is our game. And we're Norport gangsters who know how to get into a place and get back out again unnoticed. We have a few volunteer soldiers and civilians who want to offer their support for the legendary Tempest platoon, but there are only so many people that we can bring. We need people to stay behind for defense, with Lieutenant Shearer gone. I hardly hear what Vina is saying. Is this a bad joke by Trilby Asher? Or is this how the battlefield is? The call for help, deciding whether to answer, and the sacrifices that must be made to help. The laws of the battlefield. I know what you're thinking, Delphine. There are personal sentiments involved, but I can't ignore the SOS. They're good soldiers, and they'll be of help if they're still alive. All right. I trust your judgment. Stay behind with these men, Delphine. We need to keep watch. If you lose our signal, take them and get out of here. All right. Come back alive. That's true, Ben. Why? There is a strike, like, because you can do CSS or whatever it is on, like, your profiles, right? Like, if you do the, like, I assume it's with carrots and not with, like, brackets, right? But, like, yeah, you can, like, do the weird stuff to make your text all goofy. So the fact that you can't, like, that they were like, they wrote that and then say crossed out, which maybe they did that just because, like, it's easier to see, or I don't know. I don't know if I would have liked that or not. It's an interesting idea. Like, if they started doing more, I want to say word art, even though that's not the correct terminology, but like doing interesting things with words like that. Okay, we're on the bank. Keep your eyes out for any patrols. 2 Sarkas standing guard at the crossing. One at Hannah's 3 o'clock, another in the building. Raja! Draw the attention of the first, and Hannah and I will do this together. 3, 2, 1, go. The light in the window goes out. All is well? Wait, a foul beast? A black foul beast flies out of the hut at the crossing, flies a circle above, then heads towards the Sarkas camp. Vina! An agile shadow leaps across the moonlight from the roof of the hut and grabs the foul beast. Got it! A military foul beast. You spooked it, Hannah. Sorry, I didn't notice. No sign of Sarkaz. To the city hall. Lots of bodies on the plaza, but it's too dark to identify them. Ready to go in. I see the bridge that connects the residential district, but the barricades on the other side of the bridge are blocking the view. Go to the top of City Hall. Try to get a better vantage. Roger. The entrance has been boarded up. Over here, a gap has been blown in the west wall. Wide enough for us to go in. Good. Do you see Horn Squad? Not yet. Stop! Something's moving. Radio silence. There's a crossbow man in the building watching the residential district. Allegiance unknown. Watch for my sign. What's the sound of this frequency? Who? The signal goes silent. I did not hear anything from them for the next 10 minutes. How many men in the building? What's the situation with the surrounded troops? Has Vena's group been discovered? I'm completely in the dark. Crouched in the dirt on the banks, I feel my heart beat harder with every throb. The heartbeats merge into the river, resonating with the flow, growing faster and stronger. I see you. They've been discovered? Someone's waving from the top of the building. The moon on her back. It's... Vena? Siege here. Horn, Tempest platoon. Do you hear me? We got your SOS. We've confirmed your location. The bridgehead at the residential district, on the other side. We're coming to help. I hear cheers coming from the radio. They did it. Sorry about that. The men are excited for our first bit of support. We should be able to talk normally now. Horn, we can help your squad evacuate. Thanks, but we're not evacuating. There's something in this town that the Sarkaz want, and they won't abandon their assault. The nearest Victorian battalion that received our SOS will arrive within 1 week. We must guard the entrance until then, and ensure the safety of the survivors of Chetleg. We voted on this. The decision was unanimous, including Misery. Much obliged. Dead silence. She sounded like she was talking about the weather. A vote on a battlefield. There are only 2 choices you get to vote for. Life or death. Vena seems lost in thought. What decision would I make? What decision would Mother make? Then, if you choose to gamble, I have an even bolder plan. Care to hear it? I don't support Vena because she is the heir to the throne. She's brave, competitive, hates losing. Some would call her reckless. But I count on her to get us there. To find a way out of hell. I have to believe in her. I have to believe to get out of this hell. I can't even bring myself to think about what happened that day. Focus, Delphine. Focus. The Overwatch mission has ended. Time to meet up with them. It's almost on. How go the preparations? The windows and doors are being reinforced. Misery's been cleaning up enemy sentries. Yeah, I'll continue to keep watching the outskirts. I'll get in touch if there are any changes at the camp. Thank you, Misery. We were supposed to meet up at Brentwood when we split up at Ladinium. Why are you here at Shetleg? Misery noticed something unusual when we had passed by. We got here in time to see a massacre, and we couldn't just walk away. Are you sure you want me to be in charge? You're a professional soldier, Horn, and Delphine had elite military training. I know what you guys did at the Mausoleum of Kings. You brought back that sword for us. Just a piece of metal. Piece of metal? It's Victoria's realm blade. Stop thinking about the size of kings. This might disappoint you, but it won't bring any miracles. We're the only ones we can count on. And it's enough. You're right. You've proven as much. We don't have the personnel, condition, or resources to implement complex tactics. What we need for the coming fight is courage and determination. In the face of disaster, the human spirit is much more important than any legend or artifact. Prove it, Sage. Alright. Most of us are not professional soldiers. We'll just tell them to take the high ground and shoot any enemy that approaches. The few of us here will take any response team to take out any sarcasm that gets past. Horn Squad will continue to defend the bridgehead's position, create a fire zone. They'll continue to fend off the sarcasm trying to get across the bridge, as per the original plan. This building is the first line of defense. We'll be in the thick of things. All we need to do is defend one building. How hard can it be? The defense of Camus River. Hey, that was what I was gonna say. It would make a great movie. Quiet, Hannah. Patrol approach from 1 o'clock. 100 meters out. At the ready. Shall we fire, Siege? Venus' hands were trembling. Excitement? Fear? Both. I do not know. My hands are cold. Almost frozen. 7 days. Will the Duke's troops really come? What if we fail? What if more sarcasm notice? I kept going over the possibilities in my head. Now, open fire. The sirens start blaring in the sarcasm camp the moment the patrol goes down. There is no time to think. The defense has begun. My brothers will tear you apart, standing on my corpse. Ugh. Ugh. I prefer to be the one doing the tearing, if that's all right with you. Sarcasm. Once again, I think back to what happened that day. No, I can't. It's almost 90 seconds, Delphine. Ready to pull back. Roger. Bentley's down. I'll fill a gap in the minefield. Mines are too precious to just leave out there. You have fire support from the 3rd floor. The underground passage that connects the City Hall's basement to the bridge has been cleared. Now the window have some space. You took a nick, Morgan. You okay? Not good enough to hold a knife, but I can coordinate things in the back. What about your side, Hannah? You're asking the expert of destruction. I can smash a hole in the ceilings without any extra equipment. And we have wooden ladders set up so we can move quickly between the floors. Good. We can't have another situation like yesterday, where we couldn't get to Dagda in time. I filled the gap in the minefield. Bentley's still breathing, so I'm taking him into the basement for treatment. Is Dagda awake? Awake, but she can't be moved yet. She's been trying too hard. I'll do my best to care for her. Is there any news from the sarcasm camp? They may be planning something else after the assault on the building failed. Can you find any more mines to expand the minefield? I'm afraid not. Our Sarkaz friends' mercenary band isn't so easy to find. We'll have to count on my witchcraft. Something is disrupting the signal? It's... Run! I hear a long howl in the distance. A strong sense of unease suddenly comes over me. The air has become filled with malice. Delphine? You're finally up. Ugh. My head hurts. You didn't pull out in time while rescuing the wounded yesterday. I got caught by the blast of them test firing the war altar. Yesterday? War altar? Where's Ben? Looks like we've both missed a lot. My back still hurts. Morgan sucks at stitching. Oh, Ben's alive. Who brought me back? Hannah. She saw that you were still outside and jumped out from the 3rd floor to track you back in. She just woke up herself. She's gone off to support Vina. These are the wounded? I walked through the underground passage, now filled with wounded personnel. Dozens of eyes turned towards me. Many of them still have dried blood upon them. It's pretty bad. We need to hurry. These mines have pulled their weight. 2 of the war altars have had their undercarriages disabled, and the rest have stopped. They've stopped their advance. We can bombard the positions you marked at any time. Careful! The war altars are still charging! They haven't abandoned the assault yet! Alright, listen up, you bucks. The next round of bombardment is about to begin. Anyone still on the 1st and 2nd floors, get your asses to up to the 3rd floor. That thing can only shoot so high. I believe that its witchcraft core is powered by its operator. The altar itself acting only as a medium. So it'll blow itself up if its witchcraft core is destroyed when fully charged. In theory, but I've never seen it in action personally. I can't guarantee. That's good enough. I'll go up to the roof to look for an opportunity. The only way to approach the core is from above. Can you distract the operator for a little while the altar is activated? Every second helps. Will do. Vina. I stand at the staircase to the 2nd floor, dumbfounded. It takes me some time to realize that the pile of rubble without the left side wall is the city hall we've been defending for the better part of the week. The carnage on the plaza is in plain view, without the need for windows or potholes, portholes even. Amidst the ruins, the red crystals on the war altar shine an eerie red in the rays of dawn, the metal skeleton reflecting an ominous light. It seems to whisper, gaze upon blood, gaze upon decay, gaze upon death. This is what Mother had done for so long. And this is the first time I've thought of her in days. Welcome back, Delphine. Dagda. The Sarkasts have deployed these weapons en masse? I don't think so. I believe it was developed by the Military Commission in Victoria. The design is still very rough around the edges. Delphine, you look reasonably well for someone who just woke up from being knocked unconscious. Morgan has been taking care of you two with one hand. Hannah! Thanks, Morgan. And Hannah. Sorry about the trouble. Here's a piece of cake! Alright, everyone, listen. I want rid of those altars, and for that, I need help. I need bait. So I'm gonna stay here and keep those things firing. Sounds like a job for me. I can do it too. This is no time to be acting tough. I know better than anyone else here how terrifying those things are. Your hand's still injured, Morgan. I'll be the one to work with Hannah. I need someone else on standby to take over the attack if I don't succeed. Misery can only buy us so much time. I'll do it. What about me, Vina? Morgan, Keep an eye on everyone. Venus' plan is a simple one. Wait for the altars to fire, smash the core, cause a chain reaction. All we need is an opportunity, and the opportunity has come. They've taken aim. The malice, it's sickening. They could fire it at any time. Not exactly a great feeling to be in that thing's crosshairs. Misery. Whenever you're ready. Do it. Red. The color of the deck flashes back before my eyes. The demonic eye in the altar peers at me. It's averted by a silver arc. The dagger rips open the necks of a file of Sarkaz artillerymen, leaping back joyfully into Misery's hand. Their hands slow for a moment as they reach for the core, continuing their movements from before they died under the pull of inertia. A hammer falls from the sky, impacting lightly with the red wave. Bang. Vina is knocked back into the building like a comet. No! Vina! Half a second. The altar activated faster than anyone expected. The hammer embeds itself in the broken wall. I can't see anything in the dust and smoke. Watch out! They replaced the artillerymen and are preparing to fire again! The hammer is gone by the time I wipe the gravel from my eyes. A figure climbs the outer wall swiftly, the hammer pulling her up like a pickaxe, the building trembling under every blow. Dagda! Dagda! Dagda grabs the hand that stretches out from within the light. Brick and stone crack and break under Vina's heels. She leaps into the sky. The red wave has begun to build. Everyone, take cover! Get down, Morgan! I look up in the storm. She walks upon the rays of dawn, her golden hair burning. She raises her hammer high, and it becomes one with the sun. The wave is torn apart, rampant power streaking towards the core. I lose my voice. All that remains is the light that stabs at my eyes. Vina! Vina! The altars are still exploding. Look out! She's fainted. Damn it! The metal shards got into her chest. Someone help me out! Bring her back. Don't let originium dust into the wounds. The Sarkaz are retreating. Hannah, look! Over here! Battleships? Reinforcements. Really? That's the standard of Duke Godalin. Godadin? It's over. It's over! We bloody made it! We did it! Ben! Look! Who was saved? Ben? Those damn little devils are trying to run! After them! Godadin? That doesn't seem right. It's probably right. That's why it doesn't seem right. I should add another entry to the Scout's journal. We survived. In memory of 7 fallen heroes. Abigail of Norport, civilian. Alexandrina of Chatleg, civilian. Or Alexandra. I'm so used to Alexandrina. Henderson of Octreg, soldier. Bentley of Lincardine, soldier. Unidentified body. Unidentified body. Unidentified. The dang Welsh. They gave me Torchwood and nothing else. There were like 3 different times I thought that was gonna end.
All operators
And
must
it kept
maintain
going,
strict
and I was kind of about it, because I'm now seeing where the overall chapter might go. And again, I do quite like the idea of it jumping between different characters a lot. I think it makes it fresh. It makes it more fun whenever it jumps between like the actual characters' perspectives. Also, this feels like a goofy little mission for Delphine. It's like this is the first one you can do with Delphine, and like you can like, I guess you kind of block out like 2 things here, but it's not like perfect. This goes here. Because this goes here. You can block, what, here and here? Like, I know I'm playing with fire for this, but trust the plan. What are these little slug guys, by the way? What the hell? I didn't...
Pass on your last words. No.
Was that Delphine? Oh, what the fuck did they leave behind? Oh, I'm gonna have to look at this. Okay, how do we want to do this? I think I know what I want to do. You get replaced with this. I think you can cover this entirely fine by yourself. Delphine's gonna cover this bottom lane, I think.
Radical strategy, but I can work with it.
He's popped off. Yeah, like Mudrock I think can handle these guys completely fine. The interesting thing though, which the reason that I think I'm okay with that is because I think the reason I'm like, wait, they didn't end the story when I thought it was. I think it's because I'm so used to like every bit of the story like carrying over between chapters, right? And if the stories are a lot more self-contained within the chapter itself, within like the episode itself, that would be why, right? Like, is that I'm so used to like, oh, this, oh, yo, what the fuck, her little mystic art thing, that's cute. Little lightsaber daggers. But like, if it like takes longer than I thought, but like it wraps up the story in a fairly satisfying way, I think I'm okay with that, generally speaking. You gotta go there. Just to make sure that we can actually do this one too. Does my mod not have module? It has module. Do we need the other module? And this is probably not mod 3 actually, so that could be the other reason. The longer attacks enemies below 50% HP. Attack causes targets to take 6% of Delphine's attack per second as arts damage. It's alright. What is he doing? Oh, they're delayed explosions? Oh, I like that actually a lot. That is a really interesting idea for this guy. Was in the last like mission, but like I didn't pay attention. I was spinning and winning. Where is? There we go. I just want her to stay alive. Where's my Delphine facing right? I don't know. That's the way that I faced her. If she was facing left, it would also work, but yeah, I guess facing left would be better because her ideas charge up a lot as soon as they come in, kill them before they can even like do the damage to her in the first place. I don't use Mystic Casters a lot, and like I said, I think this is a weird map, but you are objectively correct. But like, what if they didn't die to the blast, and then Delphine can actually like hit them, even though they probably would have. Look, it's fine. It's fine. We're gonna win this anyway. It's fine. So if we set this up, then it's perfect. Because like you can't put like Delphine here because then this is a spot where Delphine can't actually hit. So my idea, the way that I usually set up my guys a lot of the time is like that they can hit someone that's being blocked. This doesn't actually help because I think this is arts damage, I imagine. Also, wait, why are you on skill 3? I should probably switch her default to skill 2. I think skill 2 is the better, just general one. Even though a lot of the time I am pulling her out, at this point it is just for this, but like, yeah, skill 2 I think is just the better overall one. Does you have increased damage to full health enemies? I guess you're right. It's my first time using her, I don't know.
May I draw my sword? No need to hold back.
Well, that's kind of a cute little animation.
May I draw my sword now?
Oh, what's interesting about that, actually, that I kind of, like, I understand as part of the idea now. If she doesn't attack things lower than 50% HP, she can build up charges during that. That's an interesting... You can't manually deactivate it, though, can you? Because you can manually deactivate Ebon Holes, which I think is what makes that one a really good one. Like, in case there's, like, in case there are no elite enemies around, but you really want to burst something down, you can activate Ebon Holes' skill, he'll charge up, and then you can immediately deactivate, and he'll just blast it, right? I don't think hers is the same, because I think she probably has a much larger uptime for hers. No one can be told what a battlefield is. You have to see it for yourself. My friends and I spent a lot of time in Norport's video shop, watching old movies. Many of them war movies. There were stories... There were story of... That's just actually wrong. There were stories of heroes, but also stories of terror, depicted by directors with a sadistic streak. I remember that the four of us all had nightmares that night. Even now, I seem to be drifting in dream. We took on a few soldiers who were still breathing when we passed through that valley. Oh, and the survivors have caught up to our column. They're all infected, as they should be, after spending a night in a corpse-filled crater. You didn't disinfect properly, didn't... You did disinfect properly, didn't you? You could have gotten active originium dust on you. Where are we, Hannah? I'm a little... Don't worry. I've experience with large-scale active originium zones from my time in County Hillock. We undertook the cleanup according to SOP. The soldiers were conscripts under the Duke of Ashworth. They said that the company simply pulled out after the battle, without rescuing the wounded or cleaning up the battlefield. Horn? Is Hannah angry at me because I acted on my own? Why is she ignoring me? He said he had a friend who had been crying for help by a shallow puddle all night. Couldn't turn himself over because his legs were injured. He had drowned by the time we found him. The puddle was ankle deep. He would have survived if someone had just flipped him over. I examined the area. Looks like they marched into a royal court trap. Some sarcasm mercenaries must have sacrificed themselves by acting as bait. There's something on my chest. I can't breathe. Morgan? Morgan! I feel something hot roiling in my chest. But how could they have gone down without a fight? That's not surprising. Other than the strongest dukes, professional soldiers make up only a quarter of the armies of the other ducal armies at best. Most Victorian soldiers are conscripted, sent into battle after only a few months of basic training on how to use a crossbow or arts unit. Frankly, if not for this war, the officers and soldiers may never have spoken to each other their entire lives. Vena wouldn't like to hear it. I hate this. How could you trust your back to someone whom you don't trust? Why does nobody hear me? I feel the taste of iron in my mouth. Something boiling, rushing up my throat. Mother never answered my questions. She said I would find the answer someday. Vena! Take it easy, Morgan. My neck. I can't breathe. Sorry, got excited. You've been unconscious for 2 days. You were running a fever. At least the wound on your chest was healing well. Otherwise, we would have been even more worried. Where are we? We aren't in Chetley anymore, are we? They're silent. What happened? Maybe I should explain. We pulled out 2 days ago. We're back at our original encampment. At Horn's advice, we pulled out as quickly as possible before the Duke of Gododin's fleet entered Chetleg, avoiding direct contact with the reinforcements. Horn? We have a lot of complicated circumstances. It's going to cause a lot of complications if we establish official communications with the Duke's troops. I've talked about this with Misery, and the others support what we're doing. While we still have troops formally under the command of Duke Windmere, the military ID has expired, and there's a high risk of friendly fire. Well, not so much expired as no longer recognized. No need mince words about the noble's dirty deeds. It's the same deal as gangs fighting for territory. Indra's right. Since when did the war become like this? We could give help to where we can see, but what about the places beyond? What's the situation? Some have chosen to join Duke Gododin's forces and continue the fight. Gododin's officers didn't even say anything about the infected. The majority have chosen to stay with us, however. They trust us! Or should I say, they trust you. We won! Morale's really high right now. They're even joking about the old conflicts now. We did it. Your plan worked. We made it. It's very possible that no one will ever know the sacrifices we made. It's just one small victory in a greater war. I look at Delphine's tired face. A great burden has weighed upon her heart ever since she was left behind by the battleships. But now, I see a rare smile on her face. But we saved Chetleg, Vina. Yes, we did. My brain tells me that I should be relieved or happy. But I can't do it. I'm afraid to know how many stayed behind in that building. Never to leave it. Everything that happened there seems like a dream. Is this what victory feels like? It's so weighty. Would things have gone so bad if everyone was fully committed to fighting for Victoria from the very beginning? No. They all firmly believe that they are fighting for Victoria. It's the other way around. Things have already spiraled out of control. Therefore, we're fighting for ourselves now. Siege! One of the survivors from Chetley has brought us a surprise. His family collected Gaulish artifacts, and his father once picked up a little Victorian object from Lingonus's former route. It wasn't anything valuable, so it's been sitting in a warehouse for a long time. He gave it to us before we left as a gift of gratitude, and Horn recognized it immediately. Here. This is an IFF beacon used in IFVs. It emits a signal that allows Victorian armies to identify the bearer's affiliation. It contains a military identification code. Yes, this black box belonged to the Victorian army. I'm familiar with the symbol on it. But I thought the unit that it once belonged to no longer exists. Lost in the ruins of Gaul. The Exemplars. A unit of legend. Predecessor to Tempest Platoon. This thing took a long journey back to Victoria. Back to us. The Exemplars. The present Dukes may not recognize this ancient unit. At best, it might prevent direct artillery strikes. But the more important thing is, the mission of the unit was inscribed inside the box. The Exemplars. We make miracles. Consider it a gift from fate. And what's this? The beacon that Lieutenant Shear left us has picked up a signal. Shear? Lady Delphine, there's been a change of circumstance at Ironclad Gallivey. We're approaching your position now. ETA in 1 hour. Be prepared for unhappy news. And a guest who insists on seeing you. Your wounds. What a shoddy work of first aid. It may look like the wounds have closed, but the inflammation wasn't effectively treated, which explains the fever. With serious wounds like these, it's important that they're treated by a doctor and all vital signs monitored, reducing the chance of lingering after effects. You're fortunate that it was a piece of metal, not originating crystal. When you're dealing with Sarkaz witchcraft devices, even the slightest touch could be infectious. Even if it wasn't directly caused by originium, there's a high risk of infection by these circumstances. It's incredible that your blood originium levels still remain at normal levels. You really should thank your lucky stars. Well, it was a chaotic situation, Lieutenant. At least I'm alive. Pays to have a strong constitution. Fine. Lady Delphine has explained what happened. It was a battle worthy of study in the war colleges, given the difference in strength between the two sides. Most of the people on your side weren't even regulars. No? Should I be sad that no one will remember what we did? You're wrong on that, Siege. I'll remember. The soldiers outside will remember. The survivors of Chetley will remember. Most legends are not born from official records. I didn't know you were the type to say things like that. Well, I'll have rapture wounds again. Don't try to blow me off with excuses like strong constitution, because I'm going to be keeping a close eye on your condition. I'm the doctor in this room. I'll be checking on your friends, too, and the injured soldiers and civilians. Thanks, Lieutenant. Also, I suggest you check on that guest. Not sure if Lady Delphine is ready to handle her on her own. I sincerely apologize for my behavior before and my misplaced assessment about you. There is one thing on which I won't budge, however. Too impulsive and emotional. You shouldn't be trying to solve every problem on your own. Turn around every once in a while. You'll find plenty of people ready to help. Take it easy, Aunt Manning. It's really goofy that it's just a faceless character, and like Aunt might not be like her actual blood-related aunt, but if it is, it's really funny that her aunt is just a faceless character. Take it easy, Aunt Manning. The Sarkaz were everywhere on my way here. I thought I was going to die. Thank goodness that Lieutenant Shear was tracking Ironclad Gallivey, which was how he got there in time to save my life. He's a decent man, but lacks flexibility. Those men would never allow him to board the ship. You said you escaped Ironclad Gallivey. What's happening there? It makes me angry just thinking about it. Those damned officers charged into the central hub of the fortress and pointed their swords at me. Marquess Von Terre must be behind this. Marquess. I found an opportunity to change into inconspicuous clothes and escape. The fortress elevator almost ripped my dress. Sounds like you were really lucky. I thought I was just coming along with your mother to see how things were going on in the front lines, and to take you home. What's the worst that could happen? Safe inside an imagined fortress. Who would have thought? The old Duke of Windermere would be proud, Mother. The old Dukes of Windermere would be proud of Mother. You're right. But you're the Duke of Windermere now, Delphine. Auntie, you're hurting me. What's that look on your face? The general staff were eager to go back because they believe the Duke's death was caused by a Lithanian plot. You want to laugh, don't you? But they have evidence. Lithania may not be in league with the Sarkaz, but they undoubtedly caused the situation. Lithuanian? The staff are cautious about accusing Lithuanian nobles directly, but they have set their sights on the rebellions going on in the provinces. No one wants to come all this way to fight the Sarkaz, only to return and find the Demons have defended the centuries. The fence they have defended for centuries has fallen under Lithuanian control. You're her daughter, Delphine. Your duty will come soon. Now, let me rest. Then we'll leave this place. Leave? To where? You should not be with these peasants. Watch your words. Don't call them peasants. Alright, Delphine, listen. If you really care about them, really think that they're heroes, a part of Victoria, think of how many people like them are there in your mother's domain. I don't like that, Ben. I blame the French for that one. If you really want to protect these people, take my advice and seek aid from the Duke of Castor and return to your domain and take charge. Perhaps you will have to become a Castor vassal, but you'll be able to fulfill your duty. What are you balking at? Did you fall in love with them just because they fought alongside you? You stopped loving your own subjects? Accept it, Delphine. You and your mother have suffered enough. Accept Duke Castor's proposal, and at least Windermere will be spared from devastation. Why do you hesitate? Do you really want to be a vagabond forever, leaving your family, your bloodline, and your duty behind? I understand. I'm mother's daughter. You're right. I have a responsibility. Not just to my friends, but to the subjects of Windermere as well. But why did the sword guards leave me behind when I still had such a duty? If this was a duty glorious beyond all doubt, why do you come to me in such a condition? You're right. If Windermere has fallen under the cloud of conspiracy, then I feel both the obligation and desire to do something about it. But we're with you, Delphine. Say what you want to say. Sorry. I couldn't hold back anymore. Do you know what we just went through, madam? And you are? I'm not going with you. You have a duty! I'm my mother's daughter, comrade to these warriors and nothing else. Even if I once was, I don't believe it anymore. I stood here for them, so that their lives would no longer be the playthings of people like you. I'm not going anywhere until I've bled my last. Leave. If the Sarkaz don't take you. The Viscount's face is a spectacle of color, but Delphine gives her no further chance to speak. She leaves with her head bowed in the direction of Lieutenant Shear. Delphine's expression is calmer than I thought it would be. What she said, what she went through, made me think of an old friend. Delphine did not make the same mistake. Tragedy will not strike again. But what was the price? The death of a loved one. A swift betrayal. Apparently, I was rather concerned how Delphine would react to these things. Delphine smiles at me. It seems she has settled down. I'm fine. Let's go. The same thing cannot happen again. Aww. Head west once you leave the camp. If you're lucky enough, you should be able to reach the kind Duke of Castor. Do you think you can survive without the Duke's protection? We can. And we will. Alright, I'm going to Duke Castor. I'll take a leisurely pace. This is your last chance. Come with me, and we'll all live. I won't stop you. But the work of Delphine and her mother? No. I'm not the one who's wrong. You're naive, stupid, foolishly believing that you're right. So be it. I see her off on a vehicle not meant for rough terrain, leaving under the cover of darkness with a small escort. I turn around to look at our group. Hundreds, thousands of eyes converge upon a single spot. Some are soldiers laughing with each other. Others are civilians celebrating. The camp falls silent. They're waiting for an answer. Mine. You heard her. It was undoubtedly an attractive proposal for many people. We survived the worst of times together, Vina. But what now? What happens when the morale and spirit that burns so brightly now is worn away by hardship and suffering? Who will tell them where to go? I do not answer. Not yet. He's here. A creature with golden mane walks amongst the crowd. He looks at me. I wanted to see the answer in his eyes. Hear a word of advice in these fleeting moments. But he gives no answers. All he does is look at me, waiting for me to find the answer. Yes. Perhaps he's not even there. Lend me your ears. If any among you still have faith in the proud dukes that are the faces of our Victoria, you should go with that woman now. No one would fault your decision. The crowd rustles, but no one leaves. None among you? Is it not our instinct to seek protection from the powerful? It's nothing to be ashamed of. I would very much like to. Oh, how I wish that this sorry sword I carry had the power to protect my friends, such that none among them would die. She would very much like to. How many times has she cried when no one was watching, wishing that someone could have saved her mother's life? You would very much like to. Don't look away. I know you would. The Sarkas wouldn't have butchered your brother so badly you couldn't even identify his corpse if the troops that were supposed to escort you didn't flee. But none among you have left. You know that those nobles don't care about you in the slightest. But do you really need to seek the strength and protection of another? It's always been like that for us. We keep worshipping people and things that never really gave us anything, become their willing slaves. Massacre, infection, besiegement. We survived all that on our own strength. We all want to go home. We all want this rotten war to end. But we can't win by hiding. The fastest way is to give those warmongering bastards hiding in Londinium the old 1-2 in the face. If the Dukes won't do it, we will. If no one will take us home, we'll walk home ourselves. A gift fell into our laps. A unit ID that the Dukes left behind in Gaul. It was called the Exemplars. They were elites. The will of the nation, with a long list of accolades. But now, they're nothing more than this little box in my hands. It has no special powers, but we can take it back to Londinium. Punch those warmongering bastards in the face. Throw this in the faces of the Dukes, and tell them This bloody land is our land. I want to go home. To the gym where my friends were. They want to go home. To the lives they once had. We cannot rely on others anymore. We cannot expect justice to be served on its own. I smash my hammer into the earth with all the strength I can muster. I do not know why I did it. All I know is that I can no longer hold back my anger. Bam. The hammer silences all other sounds. The Exemplars! It's the Glasgow gang that first breaks the silence. Exemplars! Then, they're joined by Delphine. The Exemplars! Until everyone joins in. The Exemplars! The Exemplars! The Exemplars! Okay, yeah, no, I'm fully with... Was it you that said it where it, like, it feels like it should end and then it keeps going? That definitely felt like that was supposed to be the ending. Thank you, Asmo, by the way. Oh, good job, Spare Parts. What's up, Asmo? What's up, Rekafel? What's up, Q? Welcome on in, everyone. Stop moping. Siege is doing her... It's... I'm coming... Siege's story is so boring. Not boring, but, like, it's missing something. And, like... Because it's always been about just her, like, taking on the role of king, or like, you know, becoming a leader. And I'm glad that she's getting, like, it's a lot of build up to it, and like, whenever she does become a leader, it's good. And I'm glad that, like, she's doing things. It's paying off. It's paying off. Also, of course, it wasn't all my strength, Arkapel. I would destroy this table if it was all my strength. Say, I had a strange dream. I dreamed that a golden beast was taking a walk through our camp. Good omen, perhaps? Let's hope it all goes smoothly. I wonder if the Self-Sedition Corps arrived at Brentwood before us. We'll have even more hands once we join up with them. Who would have thought, a few days ago, that we would have our own army? I kind of like the name, the Exemplars. You sure about this, though, Vina? Are we bringing all of them back to Londinium? Very few of them are ready to fight the Royal Court head-on. Perhaps there will be more sacrifices along the way. Oh, that's a cute little image. Oh, Delphine is sad girl hours, though, still. I like Indra back here. I'll protect them. Or maybe there'll come a day when they don't need anyone's protection anymore. Oh, I kind of liked where it like cut between them to like show them talking, but I wish that like that CG deserved to stay on a little bit longer. Indra had a like Gawain. I'm gonna say if someone says it's pronounced Gawain, I watched The Green Knight. I like pronouncing Gawain. It sounds funnier, right? It doesn't. It's not even funnier. It just sounds cooler. Gawain sounds so much cooler than Gawain. Don't at me. But yeah, like if Gawain is a really cool guy, lion thing. And her hands are crossed, head empty. Hands crossed, head empty. What? 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 What do you mean? What do you mean training? What is the? First and foremost, what did I just fight? Bloodborne Spawn, a creature of the Sanguine Court's originating arts. It is said that just a few drops of fresh blood can spawn an entire swarm of these mindless worms. Once they've latched on, they will never let go until their hunger and thirst have been sated. Deals arts damage and gains increased attack depending on the number of units the target is blocking. Ooh! Attacks restore HP. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Leaves behind blood amber when defeated. I was wondering what this was, yeah. The blood that flows from warriors under the gaze of the sanguinarch of vampires will be turned into beautiful crystals, waiting to be used once more, waiting to savor the taste of despair once more. When affected by the pulse of a blood-calling altar, okay, that's probably what the tutorial is going to be about, will be reborn as a bloodborne spawn at the altar. Okay. Bomb loading point? Why does this look like Lithania? Lithanian. Lithania is not a thing. But, like, I don't know how I guess this is probably what, like, proper Londinium is supposed to look like, but I don't know. This feels like Zwillingstrom's second half of the stages. Led to pursue. The uncanny altar is in operation. Destroy it. Well then, let's find out what this does. Wait, what story? Like legit story? What? What? I'm scared. You shouldn't. I'm scared. What do you mean? There's a what? What? Tutorial? Tutori? How absurd is it that we're chasing illusions on this battlefield full of bones, blood, smoke, and mud? The illusions are our only clue. Like the Lich said, the drifting fragments of history are the tracks left behind. We passed through many ruins, some long forgotten, some never even remembered to begin with. Soon, these sites will be gone too. And many times we've barely arrived in time to grasp the last traces. Thank you. I was like, who's saying this? I don't know what. We found 17 vampire war arts circles. There are maybe dozens more, maybe even hundreds of more of them on this battlefield. They all appeared within the past week, a scary level of efficiency even. We found troop tracks on 2 of them, but the marks indicated that the troops were only on maintenance or patrol missions. I doubt there's much point to destroying these art circles. They could easily replace them with new ones. It's only that much more important to take control of that thing, whatever it is. Tutori de Bellucci. This place is completely ruined. Just like the Rhodes Islanders said, it's another secret network of routes that lead into the city. Through these hubs, Theresis has shipped huge amounts of steel, crystal units, and witchcraft devices into Londinium, enough to repair the shard and complete that airship. But how did these materials reach Londinium? Even the dumbest dukes wouldn't let large shipments of materials outside their control to travel freely around Victoria. It's probably that they, like the Naxir King's Legion, appeared out of thin air around the hubs. The so-called Sarkaz supply line we've been looking for may be the last and least important step of the transport process. How did they do it? Not only that, if Theresis had access to methods like this, why isn't he using them directly in battle? Teleporting armies behind enemy lines or plopping Originian bombs right on top of ducal flagships. Either there are limitations to the method, or it's actually really fragile. The Lich called it an art beyond the realm of the Originian arts, but I just couldn't picture it. W. Over there. Huh? No, sign of battle. Completely collapsed. W has looked detached ever since that encounter a few days ago. I saw her gaze absent-mindedly into the fire while on night watch. I can't help her. She'll get through this on her own. Let's go. There's nothing to see here. I look at the map in my hand. Scattered dots mark locations of the vampire art circles. I added a few, including the logistics hub just now, and the next are here King's Legion camp. Something has been placed there using the same methods. There must be something linking them. I scan the names on the map. Hills, valleys, small patches of forest, and a few small ponds. Some sort of commonality, shared geographical traits. My eyes fall upon the name of a town. Brentwood. Enos, you said that Rhodes Island analyzed the intel from the Defense Forces command tower, where they had set their sights near a town by the name of Brentwood. I draw a circle around Brentwood's location. Closure came up with the analysis. She stole the records of all cargo movements since Theresis entered the city in 1094 and created an overlapping route map. All the towns around Londinium were covered in these cargo movements on the map. It's Victoria's capital, after all. All the steak and wine the citizens enjoyed before the war didn't grow on the shelves. But the area around Brentwood is strangely empty, with only a few scattered entries around 1094 and 1095. It's pretty weird. Like there's a forgotten town right here in the middle of Victoria. The Rhodes Islanders think Brentwood might be the starting point of the Sarkaz Underground Railroad, or the hub of a hidden network implementing some sort of secret embargo. We just proved the existence of these logistics hubs. But we also learned that Theresis has a pair of, well, invisible hands, which lets him put things wherever he wants. We may need to reassess the significance of Brentwood. No. The closer we get, the more vampire art circles we see. Meanwhile, if we draw a line from the furthest points to Brentwood, we see that they're about equidistant. That might be the logistical limit. Stop guessing! I know Brentwood. Couldn't hide anything in that poor-ass town. Barely any Sarkaz vagrants when I visited a few months ago. Maybe the caravans just don't pass through because there's nothing interesting there. W disinterestedly throws a rock over. She's in a bad mood, alright. She normally would have thrown a grenade pen. The rock rolls on the map and falls right where I'm looking. I'm about to move it out away. And there's a patch of hills not far behind Brentwood. The rock fell right in the middle of the icons representing hills. Let's go. It's not like we have any better leads. Maybe coincidence has something in mind. Let's start there. Hills are dark and eerie. The Victorian history book wrote that the study of history is like walking into a cave, feeling the grains on the wall. Working blindly in the dark, all you can do is to try to piece together the puzzle of where we came from by feeling around in the darkness. This land is not friendly to history. Originium veins assimilate any organic tissue around them, even bones. All that archaeologists had to work with are Originium-infested ruins. All they could do is mull over metal shards. But we're different. We are Sarkaz. We have many ways to look back. Legends say that the revenants in the furnace of Kazdal whisper the achievements of a certain king of Sarkaz, or the sad ending of another. When I was little, I used to wait by the furnace that never went out, hoping to capture a single echo from the past. But all I ever heard was silence. You might actually be right. There's something unusual about the shadows here. There seemed to be a pattern in the chaos. It's like the ripples created by a sailing ship, overlapping and interfering with one another until nothing is left but entropy. Not so much sailing as drifting. Drifting. I once heard a story from an old Diablo. I'll say Diablo. I like saying Diafabolo as a joke, but this word came up in his broken whispers. What story? A story of disaster. Let's hope we don't run into the stuff of those stories. Let's hope we still have some good luck left in the bank. A merc who thinks he's lucky is a dead merc. Which is why we need you to stay behind, W. We're not here to fight. We need to figure out what we're facing. If things go south, we need to pull out. Don't worry. We'll leave the way open for you. I'll set up the explosives and wait until you're almost at the exit. Vampires and Axe here, hot in your tail. Maybe Teresa's himself. And just as you're about to see the light, boom! Ha ha! You'll become the tragic hero right out of your favorite stories, Hodor. You can handle Teresa on your own, W. You can't handle Teresa on your own, W. Enos. I'll actually bury you, you know. You do you. She really will blow the hills apart, though. We both know she's crazy. No need to provoke her with Teresa's name. It's just pathetic, the act she's putting on. Or rather, she knew what she wanted. You've been in the city for so long. If she wanted to know the truth, she could have just asked you. Did she ever ask if that Teresa was real? She never asked me, either. She's never grown up. She could do one of two things. Grovel at that Teresa's feet and beg for forgiveness. Or plan to kill her. But what is this that she's doing? Trying to prove that she's all great and powerful? Or is she trying to convince herself that nothing ever happened? That all she needs to do is kill people and plant mines like she always has, and it'll all pass? It would have been fine if she could actually stop thinking about it, but right now she's like a little girl standing on the ice. She takes a few steps forward, then a few steps back, looking around the same place, sinking into pointless sentimentality. I have no idea. Give me a break. You just don't want the extra trouble. I don't know. I didn't know you cared so much about her. I care about me. I don't want to die because of her. In all seriousness, Enos, have you ever thought about going back to Kazdel? What? Am I in the way of your great plan? No, it's just occurred to me that W and I have a reason to stay in the war. But what about you? I've got my reason too. Here we are. We're inside the hill. They hollowed out the whole thing? Well, that's gonna make things easier for W's demolition plan. Look at the size of these tracks and the loading mechanism. That's a big guy. For you. I mean, shh, get into the shadows. When's the next shift? Close. Yo, what's up, Teal? What's up, Raiders? Happy Tuesday, guys. Welcome on in. Ace Windfall, fighting pilot extraordinaire at your service. We're currently working our way through Arknights, Chapter 13, The Whirlpool at His Passion. And my favorite little dudes, Hodor and Enos, have gone into a giant little hill, which has apparently been hollowed out, and there's a big guy for me in there. Sorry, wrong reference. There's a giant, I think they're making a death machine like they usually do. Oh, thank you, Teal. Good job, Surf Hearts. Oh, what's up, Teal? What's up, Ann Shrimpin? Ann Shrimpin? Is that, did I do that correctly? I kind of like that name. That's a kind of adorable name. Welcome on in, welcome on in. Teal, Raiders, you've had a long stream. If you need to check out, vibe, get food, any of that good stuff, by all means, please do. Otherwise, feel free to sit back, relax, and enjoy these big guys. It's always on time. I should have made a report to the boss. I'd rather be outside killing Victorians. You're not a warrior. I don't need you to tell me. Just this place is so impressive. I see those illusions every day. Things you don't know whether they're real or not. It's like a maelstrom that keeps spitting out trash from another dimension. Good thing Surscrew help. I don't know how to pronounce that. Ursula? Ursula is a decent woman who doesn't pick on us for no reason or abuse her authority. She the youngest major ever, according to the military commission ranks? She's not a member of the royal court. She won't go far. Lady Teresa and the regents aren't blue blood devils either. Screw the royal court. Kaza wasn't won by those old fossils huddling around a circle. But they're the strongest. That's because... Yeah, it's almost time. Go to the machine and prepare to load. Nice, Teal. I popped in for a little bit, when you were like working on one of the comms, I want to say. You had like, you were doing... I saw the mirror thing you were talking about, where you were using it like the little mirror thing, and like, yeah, you had to like eyeball it. I assume you had to eyeball it. I wasn't there for like you actually setting it up, but I saw that, and I saw you were like watching like Dramatical Murder in the top right. It was fun. I hope you enjoyed it, and congrats on finishing your commissions. Did you hear the name that they said? Ursula. Could it be? It's not necessarily the one we're thinking of. Sarka's names are often code names or taken from legends. Ursula the Time Stealer. Ursula of the Lock and Key. Sarka's legend about the firmament. Anyone could have drawn from it. Wait. Ursula the Time Stealer. What's the origin of your name, Hodor? Don't have one. He doesn't have a... Is that true? That's my boy forging his own destiny right there. I was gonna say, I knew it wasn't the anime because it was like, because clearly like I could hear it. It was like an AMV kind of a thing, right? But it was at a Dramatical Murder AMV. Bells. Wait, over there. My name's Hodor. I read off a box of Wheaties. He was like a basketball player or something like that. It was really cool, and I was like, I want to be like him one day. So I just took the name. It's fine. Or alternatively, I read off the box of Wheaties. It was right under vitamin B. I don't know what it is, but it's probably good for my bones. So, and I figure I'm good for my own bones. So that's my Hodor right there. I thought, by the way, I think it was really cute that Hodor was what was the line? When he was a little boy, that part, I thought that was really adorable. Where was it? It's like way up here, isn't it? Oh, it's when they go into the cave. It's when they go into the cave. Share geographical traits. This one. I really like this part. I thought this was really cute. Where legends say the revenants in the furnace of Castle whisper the achievements of a certain Sarkaz king. When I was little, I used to wank by the furnace that never went out, hoping to capture a single echo from the past. I have it's such an adorable little like image of like a little boy Hodor just sitting by the giant Sarkaz soul furnace and just being like he's like cupping his ears towards the furnace and just being like, can I hear anything? Can I hear anything? I don't know what he would sound like as a child, but I thought it was a really adorable image. Operator Calcium. That's a good name. Honestly, I was also watching Benny stream a little bit earlier as well, and Benny like had said the name of an operator, which what is the it's like rock salt or something? I don't know if that was real or not, or if he like misspoke it, but like the name rock salt, I don't know if that's a real operator or if he misspoke, but like that sounds like it could be an operator, and it just makes really rose salt. See, I think he said rock salt. I think he messed up and said rock salt at one point, and I was just like, yeah, that sounds right. Like the names, the operator code names in Arknights are so funny that like, yeah, it's just like, yeah, rock salt sounds right. That sounds like a character. What's up, Vodka Man? Welcome in, by the way. Roxas of Kingdom Hearts fame. We do have rock and we have mud rock, so rock salt would make sense. Like everything about that, I was like, yeah, that makes sense. And now at TBH, I'm a little sad we're not getting rock salt yet. What's that? What was that? The hills are trembling with the sound of music. No, space itself is trembling. Oh, whoa! What? They, this is why there was no PV image! Oh! Oh! Tutorial video! Why is there a tutorial video? This are they using Originium for it? What's going on? Oh, I love how, oh, it's so, ooh, I love this actually. Tendrils from another world pulling it in. It's very Lovecraftian. Wait! Is that a whale skeleton? What? Okay, I know exactly why this was not a tutorial. Why? What? Rhodes Island? What? Okay, I'm in there. I. This is the best tutorial they've ever made. That is so freaky. I love that. That's so weird. I like it when things get weird. I like it when things get Lovecraftian. And a giant, like a giant whale skeleton with a bricky, messed up head, having like blood vessel-esque tendrils go down and grab equipment that it can then ferry to other parts of the world is so messed up, and I love it because it's just like, it's just so weird that it's just like, ooh. Like imagination is alive in the human soul when you see things like that. And it's just like, who the fuck thought of that? Props to them. That's amazing. I love that. For an instant, I see visions beyond reckoning. Bloated emperors crumbling in halls of gold. Ancient bloodborn cutting open their wrists to feed the newborn. Diabolic flames burning amber. Demons with deer horns prowl beneath great bronze walls, offering battered willow wood. The one knot falls from nothingness, splitting into countless threads. A red-skinned monster cuts off its own horn, impaling its own chest with it. Look at how fucking weird this is! I love him! Ah! And this is inside Rhodes Island, allegedly, maybe, possibly. This is great! Broken shards become whole again. I see a faraway city. Calm. Peaceful. Not yet wheeled. Not yet drowned in hatred. Its beauty is absurd and out of place. Even in a dream. For no reason at all, I'm convinced that it was Kazdel. A home that has long ceased to exist from somewhere in history. I want to go there. Go into there. I want to see what kind of life we once led. Show me that head. Show me that head. Oh my god. I lift my foot, but put it down in the same place again. I watch it quietly. Until all is silent. Until... It's so beautiful! A pathetic creature that is naught but bleached bones moves slowly. Nerve strands reach out and grab the massive containers. It still roams this place. It is not dead yet. Look at it in the background! This is the cargo ship? So big. How did Teresa's... It really... Ursula, the Time Stealer. What a coincidence, right? The legend of Ursula tells of Kazdel being attacked by a firmament that could slow the time of all things and peer into the past through the fog. Through so many paths, the hero Ursula journeyed, rescuing their kin lost in the mirage of time. Who knew that I, who took the name by happenstance, would one day witness the legend with my own eyes? You've really grown those horns into shapiness. You could almost pass for a true blue sarcasm. Ursula. Are you really going to betray General Manfred, Hoder? I knew you wouldn't kill Enos when I first heard the rumors, but the confidential nature of my work precluded a personal visit to Londinium to see you. Aren't you supposed to be the handpicked successor to the Scar Market? It sounds like you're already the bone driver here. The bone driver, because of the bones. I can't. Part of me really likes this, and it's really epic and cool and like neat and weird and messed up. But the other part of me, anytime they say the word bone, I'm just gonna like laugh in my head because bone is just a funny word. Is playing a hero of legend worth such loyalty and commitment? Ancient things are not so appealing anymore. Only one stuck in the past would continue to use the name. You could give yourself a new name. How would old friends who came a long way to visit be able to find me then? Care for a drink? You didn't used to be a drinker. You used to, huh? You didn't used to swing your sword at me either, Enos. This might be the best tutorial they've ever made. I think I love this. Strawberry sarcasm, and she just has a little. Why she have a little can of booze with her? Hodor! There's my boy. He's weaker than my Hodor though, ironically enough. So yeah, what is this? Blood Calling Altar releases a pulse wave that absorbs all blood amber and converts them to blood. So basically, the only thing this does, it doesn't do damage then from the sound of it, right? It just takes this and spits the sound of this, right? And then what's this bad boy? Bomb loading point. So does this explode? Spin 10 points to deploy an anti-witchcraft repositionable bomb that will move towards the nearest blood calling altar. Cannot be used if there's still another deployed bomb. I guess we'll find out. Get it, Hodor. What does he have? Oh, he's got this one on. Ew. That's arguably the best one, but like, ew. Gah. Those vampire altered things came back to life. It's the blood calling altar's doing. The technical witchcraft platform periodically recycles blood amber from the dead vampire spawn to produce bloodborne spawn. We have to use W's anti-witchcraft repositionable bomb. It's W's anti-witchcraft repositionable bomb. I wish this had a better like acronym. The AWRB, the ARB, to destroy the blood calling altar so we can vanquish the enemy for good. I mean, we could also just kill them, but sure, whatever. We can only maintain our lines for now. There's Enos! I kind of want to activate this, but I don't want to. Straub. Wait. As in strawberry, or Straub as in, like, hold on. Anti-witchcraft. I see. There's like, you could almost make this Straub if that's what you're going for, you mean, Ben. But it needs an S. Let me just pop this. Whoop! Oh! That's, whoa, that, I didn't notice the directionality of this, and I figured it was the normal star shape. Like the 2x2, like the little, it's a square and then the little things here. Why is it this way? Bombs in, or is this, wait, hold on. Bombs in position. We still need some manpower to fire up the bomb transport to get it to automatically move towards the altar. We can speed it up by attacking the transport. Oh, it really is just pushing the payload. But enemies can slow the transport's movement speed with their attacks too. Interesting. The bomb will explode once it reaches the altar, destroying it. Once it's gone, the blood amber will vanish on its own. Try and see it for yourself. Yes, Dad. Falnek? Hold on. You. I could also do this, but I think this is fine enough. Actually, no. Do this because then you can like push it even further, right? Yeah, I feel like I know where I've seen this mechanic before. I was like, hold on, this feels familiar. Where have I seen this before? This was in the co-op mode. There was the one map where it was like, there was the circle, right? Oh, that's what it is. I haven't seen the boss of this, but I've seen this mechanic before. Oh, that's cute. Wow, I forgot about that. And then we have to deploy gravel here probably to push the last little bit of the way. Yeah. Oh, it just has to hit that. It doesn't have to like fully overlap. It's fine. Oh, fine. Attacks instead of firing a wait, really? Wait, what? You're a normal medic. Oh, but when you activate this, you turn into a pharmacist. Attacks instead fire a compound drug shell. prioritize. Attacks instead fire a compound drug shell. Prioritizes enemies. When the shell hits, heals surrounding allies by 120% of this unit's attack and deals 160% arts damage to enemies. There we go. Oops, sorry. Make a new one, sure. Bomb, 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 bomb. I don't know what this other bomb will do, but like, it could do great things. Can the bombs explode? The bombs can get hit with Hodor's debuff. Actually, that's kind of funny. Yo, what's up, Asadekai? Happy, hold on. Oh shit, the bomb's off the track. Okay, that's all it does. What's up, Asadekai? What's up, Raiders? Happy Tuesday, welcome in. Ace Windfall, fighting pilot extraordinary at your service. We're currently working our way through chapter 13 at the moment. We just saw the cool. I don't know if you guys have seen this yet. If you haven't seen spoilers, I want to look at this again because I've never seen this before, and this was the coolest thing I think I've ever seen. Also, I want to see if something, it doesn't get added here. We're working our way through chapter 13 for the first time though. It's really cool. If you guys haven't done the Arknights story, I'm gonna be real. It can take a little bit, but like the payoff when the payoffs happen, insanely good. And we just had a payoff in a tutorial stage. That shouldn't be a thing, but it was. And can I just like, I just want to look at the CG again. I don't want to look at the entire thing, man. I'll do it still, I don't care. So we got to this, and I'm really excited about this. By the way, Asadekai, how was your, first and foremost, how was your stream? Second and foremost, that's not how that works, Ace. But second and foremost, Raiders, Asadekai, if you need to head out, lurk, get food, any of that good stuff, by all means, please do. Otherwise, feel free to stick around. We're just gonna be doing this basically. After this part, we're gonna be just reading more of the story. It's fantastic. Also, I don't know why for some reason this speed up. No, it has issues in this for some reason. Whenever it's not like normal dialogue, it's been very slow. Why did they put this tower defense in here? I actually prefer the tower defense part. I actually prefer the CG part when the CG hits. I prefer all of it actually. I can't even like. The only part I don't prefer is when the visual novel gets a little bit too novel and not enough visual. But this was both novel and visual. Look at this! I'm so happy. This is the coolest thing I've seen in this game. Maybe. I'd have to think about this, but this actually might be. I say that a lot. I'm a very big over-exaggerator, right? But like, look at this. What do you mean? This is like out of Death Stranding. This is something like, this is straight out of like a Kojima game, and I'm so about this. It's so weird. They made a giant whale that has nothing but like the nerve sinew that just goes out and latches onto containers and pulls them in, and it's just such a, look at how weird that is. I love it so much that it basically is like, it's a space whale. It's a space whale that just comes, like space/time whale that just phases into existence, latches onto things and drags it in. I want to see that head. I think the head of the thing is so cool. Look at that thing. It's, I guess that's machine part, right? Like that's the idea, is like the head part is fully like machinified. Like it's not a normal being anymore. It's been transformed either by like Originium or by the Sarkaz themselves into like some kind of like, it makes me think of like enslaving the beast, like putting blinders on a horse, right? Like that's what the head looks like. The head looks like it does not track with the rest of their body, and in that way it looks like it's like binding the beast to this realm in order for it to do their bidding as a transport vessel. And it's like, ooh, it's so weird. I love it. They went full out and put a 3D animation in the place where it matters least. It's so good, because I was gonna say my biggest thing, I don't want to, like, not my biggest thing, that's full on over exaggeration as well, but I was like, I thought it was really weird that I was like, oh, you know, Act 0, Act 1, whatever. Act 2, they've all had a recap, a prelude, you know, a prelude and a prelude, and I really enjoyed like looking at those and being like, oh, here's what's happening in this one. I was like, it's really weird that this one didn't have one when this is the penultimate chapter of the thing, and I was like, that's weird. Why would they do that? And I thought it was like, is it lazy? Is it just like they had too much stuff? Like any of those things. But no, it was because they made a CG and they were like, we can't put that as a prelude because it won't make sense. We got to put it in a tutorial stage where it still won't make, well, it makes actually a lot of sense, but it still doesn't make sense, but in like the good way. And the best part is, I think that might be the best one. Ooh, that's actually tough. This is my recency bias and my affiliation for weird things. Enos is arguably it's kind of okay. Like I get it from it, and like once you see it in action, you're like, oh, that's what's happening. But like, it's missing some things there. I think this is a really good one actually, because this one sets such a. I do want to watch this one again, because this is the one that I would like tie up with this, because this is a perfect like trailer for the entire act, I would argue. You get a nice song. You get this. Arknights does really good with vibes when it wants to. And like the vibe here. Oh, it says Babel here. I didn't notice that ever before. And like the more that I think about it, like it's the idea that like Teresa's and Teresa are walking the same path but on opposite sides of the same path until they get here. There's Teresa. Like this is such a good introduction into this, like this act of the story. And then the best part right there, that is such a great introduction into this act, and like it's very hard to beat that one. It was IQ, welcome on in. Are you talking about the chapter 13 PV? Because if so, I agree. That thing is amazing. Was this the first one for the main stories? I think the only one that might have it beforehand would be, yeah, what is this? What is the recap actually? I think that is the first one for the main story. Recap is, I think, is something. Oh, it actually is reading here. Oh, what is this actually? I forgot. Oh, it is just a full-on recap. Yeah, nah. Ooh, there is a yeah, technically there is like a CG in here, right? When Anya becomes guard Anya. I don't think there's anything in here. No, when was there an animation with Tallulah here, or did I just conflate that with the anime? You can start with chapter 9, which is why the recap is there, because they did that, because there's like special materials here that you can only get in chapter like 9 and on, right? So that's why they kind of did that. But yeah, for material farming reasons, exactly. So you can start with it, and honestly, like it is fairly self-contained actually, that you could like start from there, because like the only thing that has really like carried over from here that like has been important is Reunion, and honestly, they haven't done anything yet. But I'm excited because they're in a position to do things now, right? I think now they can actually like do things again with Reunion. So like there's basically nothing in here that's like, oh, I wish I knew from the previous one. Obviously, I already have the knowledge of the previous one, so I can't say that for a fact. But like, this does feel fairly self-contained. No, let's get back into it though. Oh my god, I need help, please. They're not the blood calling altar. Wait, they might stay with it. Or they're gonna, no, it's gonna go back to Logos. Man, the only bad thing about this, I really enjoy, and I've said this multiple times, just this stream even, too. I really enjoy in the story how it's like jumping between points of views. But I'm not gonna like that right now, because this is such an interesting spot that they're in, and I want to learn more about this, but it's gonna jump to someone else's point of view, and like, luckily, it doesn't look like it's gonna be Siege, or it's gonna be like Delphine. If it's Logos and the Doctor, that's kind of fine. But I gotta find more about this whale, dude. Man, come on. Oh, okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Natural evolution of the game updates have made the Londinium arc feel much longer and more conflated compared to the Reunion arc. I think I agree with that. I think it's mostly just because, like, if you look at the, someone can pull this up probably and look at the actual, like, the word count, right? But the word count, like, especially, like, down here, is very lax. It's very short as well. In fact, how many stages are in here? There are a total of, like, 8 stages here, right? In the end of Chapter 0. And to get to Chapter 14, there are 22 stages. So Act 2 is, I don't want to say bloated, because I don't think it's in a bad way, but Act 2 is just larger. By and by, it is just larger, and so it does feel a lot, there's a lot more going on. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, right? That's the big thing that Arknights, I would say, has sometimes, where it has a really big story, but sometimes the story is large for not a good enough reason, I'd argue. Zwillingstrom is the one that I always bring up as an example of, that's a really, really big story when it becomes unwieldy. Generally speaking, I think this has been good. I think when I was going through this one, it was a little bit, like, dry, because there was nothing but characters I did not know yet. And so it was fairly, like, just dry, and it was just like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know who these people are. Where's Amiya? So this one was kind of weak. But generally speaking, once you get back into, like, the actual, like, Doctor storyline, it gets a little bit better. They do a pretty good job, and I think a big part of why I like this chapter a lot as well is because even though there's a lot of bloat in this, it just inherently jump between characters makes it so, even though there's bloat, it feels like it's bloated because of the characters talking themselves and not because of the game talking, right? It's such a weird, small distinction, but, like, it feels more like the characters getting a chance to flex their stuff, especially when it's, like, Logos or, like, Hodor, who are, like, the nerd emoji. It feels right for them to be just saying a lot of stuff. Doesn't look like it's gonna be Siege Arc 2 in a nutshell. You can watch the anime to get into the swing of things. That's also true, actually. Don't forget, Season 3, this year? Is it gonna be this winter, maybe? Work count for chapter is more than 0 to 6 months. That's also true. I do remember that one, where this is a very long one. So, like, that's the other reason why, like these ones all, because actually, who's old person here? Like, did these all come out at, like, the same time? Like, all of Acts, did all 4 of these come out at the same time, and then everything else has been, like, piece by piece, right? Because that would also be why, like, this is so short as well. Yeah, okay, so Act 0 came out, 1 through 4 came out at the same time. That makes sense. These ones I knew these didn't come out at the same time, like, this one especially, right? But that would also make sense as to why this is so much shorter in Act 0. Where chapters 1 through 4 are just one chapter, effectively. Zwillingstrom is the 3rd longest story, and it should not be. What are 1 and 2 actually now? Also remember when Lone Trail was the longest story and then 14 hit? Oh, is 14 the longest story? Is it Lone Trail and then 14 are the 2 in front? Lone Trail's another one. Lone Trail, I think, does a really good job. Oh, hey, look at the background! Oh, hold on. I didn't notice this before. They had to just switch this out. Oh my god, I love this fucking whale, dude. Look at this! 1 is chapter 14, 2 is Zwillingstrom for now, because we don't have, Oh, is there a new longer one? Oh, is Laterano gonna be long? Since that's an anniversary one. Chapter 13 feels so well paced, it's great. Getting in the characters' heads, their own perspective, makes it feel so much better. I fully agree with that, Vodka. Fully agree with that. And because, again, like, it's fun to see the characters' thoughts, and also, because it goes into different characters, it breaks up the pacing, I guess. It gives you, it refreshes it, right? I think a really good, prominent example that we've seen so far is that, over here, and I think early on here, you're in Hodor's head for the Hodor squad. And then when you go back to the Hodor squad here, you're actually in W's head, and W's just like, man, what the hell's going on here? Right? And she has her own perspective on what's going on. She's like bloodletting and stuff. And then you go back to Hodor, and like that small break where you're in W's shoes instead of Hodor's shoes, like refreshes. It's like, oh hey, we're at the same spot. But we're in like a new train of thought for it. Or like the Doctor and Logos, right? They're technically in the same spot allegedly, and like but I'm getting different perspectives. Or Delphine and Siege, I think, is a great one. Because, like, if it was just Siege the entire time, I'd probably be like, man, I don't really care. But having Delphine, like, take over during the Delphine Siege arc, it was like, oh, hey, ooh, things are happening. Like it gave me a good perspective. And also Delphine got to have her Bancho moment, which is great. Absolutely love her design. There's a new longer one, 15. 74% W, head is bombs. Good, because we need those things. All right, let's go to the Blood Calling Altar. 13-7, Blood Calling Altar. Follow Illusion's remnants and chase after their source. So we got the altar, we got the bomb. Friendly units have increased redeploy time. Oh, I was like, why? And then I was like, oh, it's like pushing the bomb. That's fine. And Sarka's Hair Bear Bombarders, HP and defense increase. Is that the dudes that drop the, these guys? Yeah. That seems fine. We gotta push a long cart here, but generally speaking, like, I'm really good at making kill lanes, and this looks like it's just make a kill lane, and you... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, but the... Oh, okay. No, but if you just block here and then put, like, a sniper here and another guy here, like, yeah, you can... Yeah, no, this seems fine. Just switch someone out for... We don't need Mudrock anymore, I don't think, for our stuff. So switch Mudrock out for, like, I think Exia would be great here, actually. Because that just looks like a place for, like, a generic sniper, a marksman sniper, right? 60% bombs, 35% trees. What's the other 5%? At least that was my impression of her after chapter 10 or so. There's definitely a lot of Teresa in that thing. Especially because, like, that's in her entire... Oh, ooh, nice, okay. Love it. Oh, it's the other smaller characters. Because, like, right now in our story arc, right before we saw the cool-ass whale, that was when W was just, like, in her own head about, like, seeing Teresa. And Enos, giving her, like, I don't want to say lip, but, like, giving her, like, the, oh, you think you can deal with Teresa alone? Like, ooh. So does this just hit everyone on the field, then? Pulse wave that absorbs all blood amber. So, yeah, I assume it just hits everyone on the field, then. Which is a bit scary. 80% Teresa that she covers up with 20% bombs. It's like an iceberg, right? Where you see the 20% bombs, but underneath the larger part of the iceberg, that's nothing but Teresa. These things are a lot tougher, by the way, than I thought they were originally. Ugh. Yeah, we'll just do Hooder here. That seems fine. Oh, right! Oh, I could have put him further up. I forgot that they would spawn at the altar. It's fine. It's not going to be... I don't want to put this down yet because Ami would buff Myrtle this way, and I want to try to get my RNG for not buffing Myrtle up a little bit higher. Yeah, that seems fine. Speed up a little bit. We don't want to... Well, there's nothing bad with activating, right? They can just push it back, but they can't, like, explode it, right? The trident thing. Oh! I didn't realize that. That makes sense. That's very subtle. So, wait, theoretically, then, can they not hit these? Or is it... No, they can't... Wait. Okay. That's... an interesting way this is designed then. Does it like move? Can it turn? Or are like, so are these just here? Is that like, is this my tutorial for like, sometimes there are things that it won't affect. Do I want to do him? Yeah, no, you go here. You go here. And then, oh, these might be here as well because they might interact with this guy in some way, shape, or... No, they shouldn't. These are just guys, right? Get it.
Are they the ones who caused
I wish you could hit it more to make it go even faster, but it would be kind of broken, I think, otherwise. Double healer. You only get one healer, but you should be fine. Now the thing is, we can't push it any further than this. So it's going to be mostly relying on momentum here. And they're going to start attacking it. So what we're going to do is we're going to drop here, hurt these guys, and also push it forward. My little cheat code. And then once it explodes, then we release the wolves. Oh, get that wolf out of there. I need to switch you out to skill 2. I need to do that right now. Someone remind me. I don't know what this one's gonna do, but... Yeah! Get him, wolves! Oh! Fuck it up. Absolutely worthless bomb. Just getting annihilated by wolves. Oh, this is also this is your, like, stage. We should put you out. Not your stage. This is, like, your chapter. We should put you out, but still. Look at her go. Oh, it's actually really... I like the way that she has, she's got the cast animation and she has the charge animation as separate animations. That's neat. Probably most, not most, probably most, yeah, at this point. A lot of Mystic Casters probably have that, but I have never noticed it that hard. Because for Evanholz, he just kind of like waves his wand no matter what. But she has a very distinct difference between firing and charging.
May I draw my sword? No need to hold back.
2. Wait, does her attack speed change at all when she does this? Oh, it doesn't? Really? Oh. They just dyed the logos. I really like that in Ebenholz's as a Mystic Caster, that he can pop this and just immediately charge a bunch of shots. Oh, I love it when there's no story. Man, but I want story. I want to know what happens with that whale skeleton. An unplanned meeting. Okay, this... Why did they just put this on... What? They could have put... I don't know. That's interesting. This is gonna be like a top 3 like things they did moment of the idea of like putting a story and putting a CG on a tutorial tile is such an interesting and unexpected thing to do that I like this, and this is gonna be like a go-to for like, oh, this is really cool. Like up there with the little like the maps where they're not tutorial maps, but like these little things, right? Where it's like, I think this is a really cool way to do things as well. Let's see, you over here. Pop this. An unplanned, hold on. There we go. 13.8, an unplanned meeting. An unexpected reunion. Though none of us resemble who we once were. Now, this might probably be actual story. And it looks like, yeah, that's going to affect this one. So if something explodes back here, it should be fine. Yeah, it seems fine. I don't think that Exia is as valuable as she was in the previous map, but... Oh, wow, nice! I love not reading. It's really making me sit with that CG in my mind. Actually, no, I can't put Exia here. I could. She'd be actually very valid there, but... Do that there. This is weird. Like, normally you would think there should be a thing there, but I'm putting a space here because Sari's going to go here, Hodor's going to go here, is my thought process, hopefully. Oh, I see what you're saying. We could still, yeah, we could actually still do W here, and W is actually, like, I was thinking for damage for that, but actually W is actually really good for the bomb, then. Wait, are you on S2 or S1? Oh, you're on S1. S2 won't reach Hodor. Or S1 won't reach Hodor. You actually go really well here.
Strategy, but I can work with it.
Please don't kill him. Let him do... That should kill. Oh, it didn't count? What is that? 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 Isn't tutorial me? Maybe it did. I wasn't watching. Oh, it's like the dang Albana characters. Oh. Wait, wait, what? I don't know what's going on yet.
May I draw a fine opportunity?
There we go. Sorry, down. Chong gets to pop off now, which is nice. She gets to pop off, which I think is a really good one. Get Axia. Let's drop. We can do a healer here. We're out of spots now, but we can pop Myrtle one time, get rid of her, and then put someone else down here. Yeah, the issue now is going to be that these might chase this, and Exia can't do anything to hit it. Whenever it dies, it might go back in Exia's range, though, and I think I'm fine with that. Like, it's not optimal at all. No, does it not go backwards, it just gets stopped in place? Ooh, in that case, we have to do... Yeah, get my girl out there. Probably get rid of... Oh... Exia's not really doing anything. Exia's doing, like, some damage, but yeah, this is probably more important. And what does the wolves kill it? Like, wolves... They're not going to be doing damage, but they are going to be doing a lot of, like, hits on this thing. And it's not optimal at all, but, like, you can't stop the wolves. Like, boom. Infinite payload pushers right there. Optimal? Probably not. Funny as hell? Hell yeah.
I see them. I'll be right back. Moving to designated location.
Not this. I didn't switch her to S2. Look, you can't stop the wolves. Perfect. Make a new one. Oh, I thought the wolf was gonna go for it. Oh, I think at least. Oh no, the wolves ended. Perfect. What do you mean we're only halfway done? Speed up. We've won at this point, basically. Because I assume it's just more of these things, just in case you didn't get rid of this. Good job, Lappy. Wait a minute. Is he also related to the thing then? Why would I have been able to hit that? Is it a... I didn't think about this, but is it a floating? Is it a hover? Is that why? Because like it died and Chong wasn't hitting it, so I was like, oh, maybe it's just something else. But like, if it was stuck in position but I couldn't hit it, as with Chong or whatever, it might be a hover then, or a flyer, either or. I guess we're about to find out. Story? Story! It's back on. Look at that whale! I see it! 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 Oh, we're in Enos's head now. Bumping into an old friend isn't necessarily a good thing for a Sarkaz. I may not be a Sarkaz, but I know to come prepared. When you're a kid, you're naive and stupid. A little camaraderie is enough to get you handing over your heartfelt trust. Even if the place where you built that camaraderie stinks as bad as Kazdel. Eventually, at some point, you grow up. Maybe it's the first time you kill someone. Maybe it's the first time you almost bleed out. Or maybe it's the first time you crawled out from under a pile of corpses. You start learning how to live in the grown-up world. You can be ruthless. You use any means necessary, and you can even throw your friends under the bus just to live on, and nobody will hold it against you. And then, that contrived plot comes around, and you bump into an old friend. Honestly, after all these years apart, even if you're old friends, do you really have that much to talk about? It's just, when you were young and stupid, you handed over that trust. You built a friendship. But when you're at that age, you have the unique opportunity to talk about friendship in Kazda without being laughed at. What is Lappy's S1? I forgot what her S1 was. I said I don't remember what her S2 is either. I was gonna say her S2 is like Golden Glow's S2, but that doesn't feel right. But I think it might be actually. I think it's an attack range expands one. Usula, we're done unloading. They're counting everything in at the warehouse. Same as before. Steel, pure gold, originium, stuff like that. There hasn't been a personnel transport in weeks. Sounds like most of the forces from the Royal Court in Kazal are already here. That makes things easier on us. Back when the Royal Court guys were floating around, they'd come down here and complain to us. Made all sorts of trouble. Stop. That's enough for now. Oh, sorry. Hey, Commander. Yeah, I've been posted to the way station for 6 months now. According to the rotation schedule, it's about time for me to, I haven't received any new orders for you. But your performance speaks for itself. I could approve 3 days of leave for you. Oh, Ursula. But don't let it go to your head. Make sure you stay grounded. All your life in Kazdal, you were a cobbler. Your greatest accomplishment is nailing souls together. What are you in the running for, unless you're prepared to blow yourself up? Ursula, oh, you're no fun. Get out of here, kid. Oh, that's kind of... They like her. She seems like she might be a good person. Maybe. I don't know. She could be like, not a vixen. What's it called? Not a damsel in distress. What's... Femme fatale. That's the one. Oh! There we go. Thank you, you. I forgot that was one of her things. Oh, I really like skill 1, actually. I used that on, when I got Lappy in, IS5 at one point, and I didn't get her E2'd yet. I had her on skill 1 when I fought, Logos's mom, which I thought was really fun, because, like, basically, it feels like Lappy S1 is really good against any boss that just, like, stops and, like, aura farms for a little bit, because just, like, you can just turn it on and it just attacks the boss that's just sitting there, like, aura farming in the corner, like, far away from anything else, was like, I see you. I gotcha. I watch Usula's profile, the corners of her mouth curling up. Thinking back to then. She carries herself the same way, at least. The young Sarkaz cobbler approaches Hodor and slyly hands him a flask. Hey, brother, hold on to this for me. Usula can't go a day without this stuff. You're really something, man. Walking around with this piece at your side and still... What? Watch your mouth, cobbler. What's sweeter than honey? What's toxic as nightshade? I like that guy. He's just a dude. He's just a person. Looks like he hasn't even had his coming of age yet. Those years with Her Highness Teresa did a lot to see these kids grow up nice and sheltered. And now, he's in a war out here by Londinium. Brother and sister join hands to create the worst joke in history. If only it wasn't a joke. If you open that notebook, I'm setting it on fire. Hodor quietly tucks away his notebook. You two haven't changed. That's nice. It's been years since the operation. Since that operation. Me, Hodor, and W, the old W, got ourselves into trouble. Killed some people we shouldn't have killed. It's not just the Scar Market. Showing your faces in Kazda will be trouble for you. I see your names there a lot. On the bounty lists. You're famous. I've never been a cheap date. Sure enough, Enos's investment paid off well. We were all so young. Getting old now. I'm a Sarkaz. You're a sheep. In theory, I'm gonna live longer than you, Enos. We're all infected, so this isn't about racial lifespans. Good point. I'll drink to you and wish myself good health. I remember that you used to say that if a Sarkaz wants to live long, she needs to keep a clean head before somebody else trades it for coin. Whoever wants it can take it. Victorian, Sarkaz, it doesn't matter to me. She leans in close, sizing me up, then glances at Hodor. You got wrinkles, Enos. I died 3 times and only got a few wrinkles to show for it. I should thank the myriad souls. You don't thank them. You're a sheep. As for Hodor, you're missing an eye. Want to see the socket? It's all thanks to the fine Caprine woman right there. Lose an eye or lose your head. You had a choice. I guess Enos made her heart when she made the move. I guess Enos broke her heart when she made the move. Drop it. We're old friends getting together again. Can we get back to a nice atmosphere of sentimental nostalgia? Talk about days gone by. Muse on the passage of time. We could talk about how you became the youngest major in the military commission. The driver of this skeletal firmament. Commander Ursula. Yes, we should talk about that. Otherwise, we being who we are, we shouldn't be so warm and friendly. And we could talk about you. These 2 Sarkaz. One Sarkaz trader and one sheep. Why are you popping up at a secret military commission site? I know you were detained by General Manfred, Hodor. And you and Enos, who disrupted our operations, together with an obnoxious little girl planting bombs all around, stole into my territory in broad daylight. As an officer of the military commission, I can't very well let that go. It's 2 against 1 here, Ursula. Is it? Remind me, where are we again? Huh. Since when? The girl wasn't like this before. You're welcome to try, Enos. She's wearing a smile, but she's dead serious. The most important thing I've learned over the years is to be true to my decisions. And Teresa's is your decision? No. The military commission is. You decided to go with Babel. Or what is it called now? Rhodes Island? And I decided to stand with the commission. We decided our paths a long time ago. Ursula, we can still... No. I know what you want, Hodor. You haven't changed a bit. But we're not those kids who strutted around cheery for a whole day on the back of a single bounty anymore. We don't get to relax after our missions these days. No idle afternoons on the streets of Kazdel. We're Sarkaz. Or at least, we're citizens of Kazdel. It's our responsibility to make those streets and alleys a better place. Kazdel is the main issue here. Ursula. Then you've got to admit, the military commission is the best choice we've got. Even Her Highness Theresa wouldn't disagree. It was the 2 royals who made Kazdel into a nomadic city. The 2 of them who made it possible for us to even talk about the future of the Sarkaz here. It was the same 2 royals who promoted me, giving a poor girl from the slums a chance to stand in the sight of the royal court among those pure and ancient bloodlines. Once trapped by naivety and compromise, the Sarkaz lose our chance at true homeland. There's no room for me to hesitate here. The military commission, it's the foundation for Kazdel to become a nation. Will there ever be a Kazdel once this war is over? Will there even be a Kazdel once this war is over? All I know is I'm no traitor. Oh, Enos has a death stare. Sure, we were prepared to bump into this old friend from the beginning. Hodor tactfully crosses from my side to confront this stupid girl, the major of the military commission. 10 minutes. That's my limit. Get as much intel on that thing as you can. The whale! I bypass several sarcas blocking my way, shadows entwining their ankles. I leap up, climbing the nerve clusters of this terrifying creature, the slippery feeling making me slightly sick. Is this a Fernamut? I've never seen one before. Show me the secrets hiding in your mind. Look how cool it is! Is that just a giant thing of origin? What is this? What is this? This is a good section to walk on. My luck has been pretty bad lately. Always ending up in the body of some kind of monster. Last time it was a revenant. This time it's whatever this is. I'm gonna have to jump off it this time. These nails piercing its spine must be some kind of witchcraft device. Are those nerve clusters trembling? Does this thing still have a will of its own? Was I right about it being like, having that head being like a control device on it? Ooh, it's so weird. She's here. How are they so quick? They climb up the skeleton in hot pursuit. The sinews between the bones become something like a ladder for them, with the splinters of fallen bones serving as their weapons. They know war. Usula trained a real elite unit. But they could stand to work in some variety. Ugh. All they've got on me is numbers. A foreboding instinct pops into my head, and I instinctively dodge to the side. A huge cluster of nerves comes crashing down, and the bone fragments I have been standing on shatter and crumble. It's so hard in itself. Looks like every bone fragment, every bundle of sinew here could be a deadly weapon. That's a pain. The nerve cluster wraps around again. I sink my dagger into it so hard that it recoils violently, carrying me high into the air. Alright, so as the most basic of reflexes. Good enough. There's a cabin up ahead. Right there. With all my might, I grab the dangling bundle of nerves and leap away. Dust everywhere. From wind-weathered bone. This should be the center. No clear interface. Is it driven purely by witchcraft? A willing slave? Or a marionette controlled by strings? I have... Sorcerer, I just realized something, by the way. This is a lot like Bungo Stray Dogs. This is the Moby Dick from Bungo Stray Dogs. Herman Melville done summoned this thing, and then it was taken over by F. Scott Key Fitzgerald, and then it was taken over by Dostoevsky using a hacking control device later on at the end. But like this is we're in the Moby Dick. Oh my god. A willing slave, or a marionette controlled by strings. You touched my artiness. That should have gone right through your heart. You still haven't fixed that old habit of yours. Your casting always deviates a little to the left. Luckily, I've been on the bad end of that enough times. You in a hurry? Did Hodor make a fool out of you? It's fragile, isn't it? Not as honest as it seems. You're welcome to guess. If we get the chance, I'd really like to hear about those 3 deaths you mentioned. Must be a thrilling story. Want to try one? No, I'd rather us live. If you can make it through the chaos and live on, that is. A tremendous force flips me over. The nerve bundle sweeps away, trying to tug me with it. The firmament is gradually swinging its body. They've built a lot of cabins here. And the thing tends to drift in the space. What if the firmament wanders while I'm not in one of the cabins? I really don't want to find out. I'm not Hoderer. I'm not into becoming history. Shadows, like blades, sweep through the Hall of Bone. Say what's left of your dignity, Enos. There's no point. Your shadows can't protect you from the might of a Franmut. I've been saying Fernamut. I think it's Franmut. I don't know. Weathered bone dust takes flight again, filling my vision. Thanks for the reminder. Hoder! What? I'm about it. Why does he get a CG? I'm about it, but what? Oftentimes, even I have to admit that Hoder makes a pretty good partner. I'm actually glad we didn't betray each other. It's hard to find a sarcasm like him. The past was tough, and the future's gonna be tough too. Yeah, this is... Dude just shows up, gets a CG for currently no reason. Full on aura farming. I'm so about this right now. The dim firelight rises with the dust, twisting. His figure emerges from the embers. Sparks in the wind singe his cloak and his hair. He is aura farming. And sometimes, only sometimes, I'm willing to tolerate his obnoxious arts. We're well past the age where we can talk about friendship. But I'd rather live in a future Kazdal that keeps the silly naivety that we always laughed at. The turbulence is intensifying. I grab his hand. I forgot to tell you, Hoder. Journal Manfred gave me your book. It's pretty good, I have to admit. You gathered up the bits and pieces, arranging them in chronological order, thinking you found the thread. But you've been running all this time. Do you plan to do this forever? Drop it, Usula. Time to say goodbye. Hoder, you're jumping with me this time. Don't get swept away by the turbulence of history. Never forget the present. The life that you're living. You're the boss. Boiling shadows point the way for us, scorched dust carrying us along. Oh, that's neat. So were they... So I definitely missed a part here. When they got on the Franamut, were they just always shifting in time and space at that point then? The illusions shift before our eyes. When I'm falling fast enough, I suddenly realize that history really does look pretty fragile and hypocritical. I see a vast and familiar battlefield. One of the war zones from Kazdal, where the flames are still burning. I recall the past. Hoder always wanted to steer clear of the war that tore apart his people. I forced myself to turn my head, while he single-mindedly focused on finding a suitable landing zone. Run away from the war? We weren't at Babel when Her Highness came under attack. We could have left Kazdal straight away. Why did we go back for W? Why join Reunion? Why lay low in Ladinium all this time? What is Hoder fighting for, anyway? What am I fighting for? We break through the earth. The illusions vanish, and we see what was always there. He grabs my arm, telling me to be ready. Arts envelop us, and my vision clears. Shadows rise from the ground. Maybe we stopped running a long time ago. Maybe we stopped running a long time ago. Sounds like a lyric from that new Duran Duran song that everyone is like saying is from Metal Gear Solid 5. A long, long time ago. The Woocher. You have mentioned that before, Ben, and I like it a lot. The Enos parts are starting to show through. The W parts aren't fully there yet, which I assume they get a lot more. They get a lot more, like W being the future specifically. Probably happens a lot more in chapter 14 when it's, you know, it's one of her chapters, right? Yes, thank you, Monica. Like that line feels like, yeah, that would be from that song. All right, Source Crew. We got one last one on us. Oh my god, I'm so glad we got to see that whale. Look at that thing in the background. It's so weird. I love it. This thing is gonna be in my dreams, positive, because it's such a bizarre idea. It reminds me of vaguely one of the, like, I don't know, do you guys do dream journals? I don't, because I don't think I dream enough that I have like anything super interesting. But like I have one dream that I've always like really enjoyed that like I remember I had, and like I wrote that, I think it was on my old phone. It's not on my new phone. But I wrote on my old phone. I had this like in high school or like in early college, and it was a dream of, it was a vibe dream, right? Where there's like nothing really going on. Like there's no like storyline in it, but it's just like the idea of like you see the things happening, you're like, okay, I get the vibe of this thing. And this to me reminds me of that dream where it was a clock tower, like an old, like Big Ben-esque clock tower, but probably like an older one and not like in a populated area, more like in a more like a smaller village kind of clock tower. And for some reason, in like the basement depths of this clock tower, because it was like, you know, obscenely strange, and like there was like a basement that went like far underground, like a well almost, and there were like koi fish swimming in the base of this clock tower, in like the basement depths of this clock tower, and they were the ones controlling time. And that's it. See, that's what I'm saying, when there's like, you can have weird ideas, and if you can formulate them to something, you get something mysterious and beautiful. And the idea of like koi fish in the depths of a clock tower controlling time is the same vibe as this whale controlling space and time and being used for transportation. It's just so alien and weird, and it's just like, yeah, about it. When compared to the quick meet, yeah, because this is Rose Island. I was mentioning that. I said that like so many times. That this is very similar to what's in Rhodes Island. Yeah. I love it. Even unconsciously, I sometimes the lore is just what's the word for when it just comes out of, like, it's inherently in you and you didn't know it all along, but it makes sense that it was in you all along. Diegetic? I don't think that's it, but we're gonna go with that one. Sometimes the lore is just diegetic. It just happens and you're just like, wow, this actually was just part of me the entire time. What am I fighting for? You. Alright, this is our last one for the night. It's a nice one. It's a story one. I really hope it's going to be more about that whale, but I think we just had the thing with the whale. Thank you, Lahais. Speaking of. Oh, I'm getting out of water. Hold on. Seriously, I'm going to stand up and get water. Before I do that, though, speaking of, is the basement monster still down there? I don't know. Seriously, I'm going to go get water. Some of you check on the basement monster. Thank you, Dolly. Good luck down there. I'll be right back, guys. Ta-da! Alright. Got the water. I'll stretch my back. Stretching it again. Alright. What's gaming? Those espying the crown. Oh, it's going to be about siege. It's no use fleeing. The bloodline's predestiny will always catch up in the end. Man, I want to know more of that whale still. The myriad... Oh! It might be about Teresa. The myriad souls lie prostrate. Howling knocks on the door from beneath. Tangible usurps the intangible. Q bears witness. The black crown imprisoned. The offender perpetually innocent. Because kings are born before immortality. Wait, is this back where Yeah, Calcit! My daughter! Is W back yet? No. This time she spent on this mission has already exceeded our worst case calculations. How's Nightingale doing? Ooh. The light has gone from her eyes. Shining looks past the window and at Nightingale, sleeping soundly under the trees outside. Not great. Liz has never been more stable than she is right now, but the amount of originium in her body is rising, and it's highly likely that her nociceptors will be affected. This can't be an ordinary infection symptom. Perhaps it's due to the Sarkar's witchcraft devices on the battlefield, or maybe the whispering of the Revenant. I don't know. There's no way I can tell Liz that I feel her pain, for I have no idea what's going on. But yesterday, she was happily telling me how she hasn't been feeling any pain in her dreams for a long time now. You're hesitating. You've been like this ever since you returned from the Confessaris' place alone. Do you remember what you told me when you applied to come with me to Londinium? To heal Liz, Dr. Calcit. This goal I've never wavered on, ever. We may not know the exact status of her illness, but we all know what it means to heal her. The things we will need to do will not change. On this, I'm clear. I have faith in you both. The way you look at Nightingale isn't just with compassion. You're not just her doctor. She's healing your fears, too. Her body has its issues, but she's a member of the followers, as well as your companion, and not a delicate flower that needs your protection. The Confessari's secret is truly a sickening affair, but we might only be able to uncover the truth by facing the abomination lurking in the utmost depths head on. I know you may be somewhat worried, but as I said when we first agreed to work together, Rose Island will help you if you ever need a hand. Thank you, Dr. Calcit. A blue fowl beast chirps as it lands on Shining's shoulder. This is Liz's usual way of greeting her. Liz is awake. I'll go fetch her. I'm fine, Shining. You don't have to look after me so meticulously. Liz, we were just discussing your condition, and there are some signs that aren't too great. The vicinity of Londinium has turned into a war zone, and there are some things that are affecting your health. Dr. Calcit and I are currently discussing our next course of action. This place is also just a temporary foothold. Shining, come here. Closer. All right. Look at you. Why wear that face when you've already made up your mind? We can't run forever. The way things are now, we might as well confront them with our dignity intact, right? I know you'll stay with me, so I'd rather stay here and be a little more proactive. Liz. Be strong, Shining. Your brows have been knitted ever since you met with them. Are you nervous? Oh, right. While I was napping under the tree earlier, I had a dream. I think we were children, walking in a stream. The water didn't even reach our calves. It was cold, but very pleasant. We didn't speak, only walking along quietly. And then I woke up. I saw a strange foul beast pecking at its own plumage. It seemed to be pecking at its bruise-covered body until it was entirely covered in blood. It gazed at me with its pleading look in its eyes, crying as it huddled in its own nest, but it was not liquid pouring down its face. It was white wax. Even its mess of feathers were all frozen, and it was still chirping before it died. Q bears witness. It was a strange melody that sounded like, Q bears witness. Liz? Shining spots a black foul beast resting on the tree, weakly nesting on a crown made of dead branches. It looks back at Shining, and a trembling cry resounds from its syrinx, a rhythm permeating. An ancient Sarkaz language. A black feather floats from the crown of dead branches. It covers everyone's vision despite its tiny size. You led me here. And so I've come to take you home, Liz. Monster! Return from whence you came. This structure is so fragile. It seems Teresa's blade is sharper than I imagined. Watch out, Shining! It's fine, Liz. He can't harm me. You've regressed. It will be a challenge to return your body to its peak condition. That will lead into my experimentation time. To think you'd willingly leave that sordid lair of yours. The black foul beast rests on the dead branches in the Confessarius' hand. Its robust body is covered by an abundance of feathers, shining with luster. It was reborn so easily and instantly from corruption. It seems like you're anxious about something as well. We have already arrived at the gate. We've made great strides in our experiments, even just knocking softly on the door. We must attend the final ritual. Monster, meltdown. 5 minutes will be enough, Solace. Stop her with your life. Do not let them hinder me. Of course. A black curtain of satin drapes down. It binds the howling monster in multiple layers, giving it less and less space to struggle. Her arts are black? Is that Amius? What have you done to her? No. They didn't defeat her. I should have been able to present the King of Sarkaz to the leader unharmed. It is a pity. But no matter. Even just getting a glimpse can let the fake take another step forward. So, little creature, don't disturb our leader at work. Follow me elsewhere to wait till he's done. Monster! Dr. Cowsley, you're in no shape to exert yourself. Sorry, no, I'm sorry! I said last time that our next meeting would be on the battlefield. Oh? Then why are you concealing your sword even now? You swore to sever your ties with our lineage when you left home. And this whole time I've been looking forward for you to return and fulfill your promise. I gave you time, but you disappoint me again and again. We were supposed to produce the next me. We would have created the most intangible bloodline in the last 100 years. Sharp, but so impure. What's happened to your soul? Did you think you still had hope to cling on to after leaving us? Liz, come back. I won't let you manipulate me. Oh. You're a creation that has surpassed my expectations. You're supposed to just be a shell, and yet you can touch me? Now, Shining. I can't hold on much longer. A strange feeling surges from within Shining. Nightingale is resisting the Confessarius, and even suppressing him. The ancient devil's soul has never manifested in such a vulnerable state before. Bloodline. The word itself sounds unreal, but at this moment, there only seems to be an extensive crack of blood right in front of her eyes. But Shining hesitates. Why is this so simple? How could it be this simple? Nightingale, stop. It's a trap. He's waiting for your arts to resonate. Time slows down. Monster fights with Solace as Calcit yells out. Everything flows past like streams of light. Both you and I know where fate will lead us, but those without self-awareness will only trap themselves in their own pitiful cage. It's futile to despise your bloodline and resist your fate. No one can deny the natural gifts bestowed by our bloodline. I will do for you what you're hesitating to do, to crack an opening in the cage. Enter it with me, and I will bring you back onto the right track. Think it through before you make your choice. A white sword pierces through a heart atop a stone platform covered with dead branches. Shining remembers the first time she cried. She remembers just how amazing it was. The birth of an unexpected emotion. A brand new soul is carved anew under the blade. I've seen pain. Your tears. Accidents are bound to bring surprises. You could have stopped your explorations here now, but you just can't bear to destroy the ignorant consciousness in that hollow shell. And so you sow memories into the empty husk instead. She's Liz. She shouldn't... You did this of your own free will. Filled up this consciousness with a name. With Liz. Liz is afraid of the completely silent person sitting across from her at the long table. They agreed to sit here every night at the same hour for dinner together. But the white-horned Sarkaz opposite her, with a sword in her hands, no longer speaks or moves outside of recording her every action she can remember today. Liz always asks herself, have I done something to upset her? Liz misses the beautiful memories of how their lives were before. I keep having the same dream every day. I dream of us as children, walking in a stream, hand in hand. Then I flew upwards, and kept going higher and higher. You couldn't hold me back, and I saw you crying from the clouds. Every time, when I wish to return to your side, I always wake up in pain. I ache from your suffering. I want to bear it for you. I just need you to tell me why you feel like this. Q. Q-Sar-Sanog. This name means inseparable hope. Or destiny. Poor Liz. She thinks it's all her fault because of the momentary kindness you showed her. I've already abandoned that sinful name. I'm called Shiny now, and will always be. Is that so? Are you sure you can resist your family's destiny that has carried on for a millennium? I'm looking forward to it. Liz holds the blue foul beast, rescued from the river, in her hands. The indigo feathers are trembling, and the cold river water makes her shiver. She thought Q-Sar-Sanog would get angry at her, but the sorrowful Sarkaz merely weaves a brand new bird cage for Liz. Put it inside, and it'll always stay safe. I'm sorry, Q-Sar-Sanog. I didn't mean to endanger myself by going into the river to save it. But I just couldn't watch it die. I became fond of it the moment your family gifted it to me. It likes to fly freely, but once it gets too far away from me, it seems to lose its life and falls into the river. You say I did something similar yesterday, but I have no recollection of that at all. But I'll listen to you and put it inside the cage. I'll keep it safe. Promise don't get angry. Or please don't get angry. I promise you something so foolish as this won't ever happen again. The cage has finally accepted their own duty, and you have also realized your own destiny. The more fragments and lies you fill her up with, the more confusion and suffering she goes through. I have lifted those dusty fragments for her. There's no undoing her awakening, and eventually she will suffer as her rootless consciousness crumbles. I won't let that happen, Father. I'll end our sins with my own hands, and Liz will be cured. And what next? Isn't her regaining the truth the very thing you fear, my dear sister? This is the source of your woeful hesitation. I tolerate you wandering around with this receptacle, continuously strengthening this fragile cage. Because I trust you to cherish it with your all, and you never disappoint me. Eventually, you'll come back to my side with the cage in tow. That's what you've done. Look, she even tried to cage me in, to create an opportunity for you to defeat me. Your rebellious love for her, and her fate resisting consciousness, have sadly only become another catalyst together. You even want to use the hope she found herself. Shining, are you here? I can sense your breathing, but I can't see you. I'm here, Liz. She can't hear your voice. We're walking within her tattered consciousness. Inside the cage. Shining sees the blue foul beast, huge enough to fill her vision. Giant gray eyes look down on her. She is unable to see herself reflected in those eyes. The foul beast's sharp beak opens and closes. A mellow voice trails in from nowhere. Shining, there's a vague question echoing in my head together with a name that stings me, but I can't recall it at all. I might be able to remember it after we leave this place. I found I can share the pains of others and slow down their lives withering away. You said we'd go to a faraway place and find a way to cure me. And maybe I can cure others in pain along the way too. She's submerged in those disorderly and fragmented memories, and will eventually lose herself in them. Or perhaps she'll go mad. Or maybe she'll end up her own life before... Or maybe she'll end her own life before that happens. But you know how to solve this, Quisar Sinag. I've taught you. Draw your sword, and cut down your blood relatives here and now. Our souls will reconnect with your sword as a bridge, and you will give birth to ancient power. This is your inescapable destiny. Become one with me, and use the remains of your bloodkin to nourish your consciousness that will stay shattered otherwise. Forgive me, Liz. Shining clutches the sword in her arms, and the Confessorius' hand is already pressing on the scabbard. At last, Quisar Sinag. Day and night are about to pour out from the sheath, but a single hand holds on to Shining's sleeve. Shining, I like your new name much better. Liz, I feel like I've slept for a long time. Lost myself within an infinity of fragments. But I heard your voice, and you guided me to a place buried underneath the countless fragments. I dug up some of my splintered memories there, and I still haven't remembered them all. But I've recalled the question that I should have given you my answer to long ago. I forgave you long ago. Even before you resolved to seal all the memories of that laboratory away. So, I'm angry with you for deciding to act on your own without asking me. Liz, I've always loved the name you chose for me. Don't run away and bear everything by yourself. Didn't we promise to face it all together? Shining sees Nightingale's eyes and her smile. When she comes back to her senses, the hand is already quietly slipped away from her sleeve. A tragedy we have here, but the ending has already been determined. You killing me will turn you into the breeding ground for the next in our bloodline. Or you can look on helplessly as you watch me take her away and drown in your regrets after. It's all the same, sister. Sir, we need to retreat. Oh, she's back! How many bloodlines have you yet to touch, Chimera? Show me. How many times can you put blood back into your body and tell yourself your own fate? What? Monster? Your little monster's copy is quite poor. Is this because you're not as strong as you were before your rebirth? Or is Dame Calcit, beloved of all tribes, even more injured than I thought? Oh, what now? What is he doing here? What are they doing here? Excuse me. Quisar Suit. Oh shit! God damn it. Quisar Sudage. The other part has chosen you. Oh wait, wait? The other part is in the other Demacia cluster? Question mark. So what will you bring him? The name Quisar Sudage itself is the answer. Inextinguishable hope. Quisar Sinag, the cage is already awake. If you continue to keep her by your side, she will only like the dewdrops of early dawn, evaporate and fade away in the light. I will take her away, and I will help you maintain her. I will help you make amends. I will forgo this cage. I will forge this cage into a crown. And then we will be the king of Sarkaz for all eternity. There's no point chasing after him. Take stock of our losses and prepare to move at once. We still have unstabilized wounded, but our cover here has been blown. Dr. Calcett, Operator Nightingale is an employee of the Rose Island Medical Department, and we will not allow anyone to take her away or to do her harm. But we might place her in greater danger if we make any rash moves. After all, we're facing an immortal Lord of Fiends that has been coveting the crown for thousands of years. Qui sar sustage, the one who knocks on the door, the king of usurping kings. I knew this threat of the Confessari since the days of Babel, even though my numerous countermeasure attempts were all in vain. Teresa's concealed them so well that everyone merely thought of them as the Regent's guards. Please be at ease. I know what we have to do now. I thought you'd be less calm than this. What's your plan? Liz. She has made her own choice. A choice even I had never dared to think of. Daring, aggressive, and also the most effective method. It seems like the one afraid of loss and death has always been me. What I need to do is to catch up to her. I believe in you both. How's Amia? asked Golan. She and the doctor will also be set by the Confessari's surprise attack, and are now with Logos. Amia has been affected by some kind of witchcraft. The one who they call Solace tried to seize the king of Sarkaz's power from her directly and failed. But Amia's current condition is very strange. She's fallen into a coma. Just like I Portadori de Volucci, she's vigiling. Amia's connection with the Lord of Fiends is only growing stronger, so we can only place our faith in her. We also discovered that several of the vampire's art circles, accompanied by some illusions from history. The doctor mentioned that the origin used to build these art circles was very special. Special. Well then, Lord Amatsi, I thank you for your assistance. What do you seek from us? Wait, what? Oh, they do choose us! Oh! Hold on, I misread that. Wait a minute. Yeah, you Glotz, I knew that there was another Demazi. Oh wait, hold on. I misread this. I so misread this. Oh. So wait a minute. So there's Demazi Cluster A and B. I'm gonna call this one B, and Demazi Cluster A is the one that we've seen before, right? Demazi Cluster B is saying that, hey, Confessari, Demazi Cluster A chose you. I thought when he said the other part has chosen you, I thought he was talking about himself in the third person. Themselves in the third person, right? Where it's like, the other part, aka me, I am the other part, has chosen you. Okay. Oh, yes, we do get a friendly Demazi Cluster. All right. Still don't know how I feel about them coming back this soon, but, like, I'll take it. I like them. We seek change to hone ourselves and meaning. We seek the meaning of living a long and disordered life. You will show it to us, and we will verify it. That's all. Tell Closure and Feist to sweep this place thoroughly. We leave in 3 hours. I'll leave a message for W to head towards Brentwood, as per our original plans. Oh, hey, it's already happening. We really have to hurry. What? Hey, Uncle Noel! The lens in my glasses fell out again. Oh, hey, wait a minute! I know this guy. He's oh, I like his goggles. This is he's added in the Siege event, right? Oh. I told you so many times your ears are too soft. Your grip on the frames. You grip on the frame so hard every time you feel your glasses sliding down that you break and change their shape. So of course the lens won't stay in place. Let me have a look. It's because you gave me such a heavy pair to wear. But I found a better method. Look. In all honesty, Klotz, I didn't read that event. This is also chronologically my first time seeing him. Little Susanna pulls out 2 leaves from behind her and wedges the stems on her ears with the tips resting on her nose bridge. Glasses of green. Fashion with leaves. Ta-da! What do you think? Can you see with them? I can, really. Just face the sun, like this. The child goes over to Noel and puts 2 leaves on his eyes. Noel's vision is filled with verdant green. Alright, kid, you. Just look! Leaf veins. The sunlight at noon in the forest is not very strong, but it's enough to shine through the thin leaves and reveal their interlaced veins, clear for all to see. How is it? You can see, right? You won't see anything interesting with that frown always on your face, Uncle Noel. He stares blankly at the sun with the leaves covering his eyes. I can't see anything at all. But I know of a story from Yan of the East. A tale of missing the forest for the leaves. Nuh-uh, not listening. You're as boring as ever, Uncle Noel. The child with the glasses made of leaves comes and goes like a breeze and disappears into the distant camp in the blink of an eye. Ah, Tallulah! It seems you don't get along with the children, Mr. Noel. If it isn't Tallulah. Done with work. I told that story to my son once. However, he didn't like hearing my stories either. Maybe I'm just not suited for it. You have an abundance of experience, even if we only know it from a smattering of phrases. An average downtrodden Victorian optometrist who fled here after his shop was taken away from him amidst the war. He sympathized with the infected who were being discriminated against, and so chose to join their group and help out a little with his abilities. You've always displayed a respectable character ever since I got to know you, Mr. Noel. But it's because of that, Please, speak your mind, Tallulah. I'm just curious why a long-lived like you would deign to conceal your identity and do such insignificant things. A long-lived. I noticed. Of course, this is still much better than the worst-case scenario I thought of. However, you can deny it, and we'll speak of it no more. I will tell Nine, though. I won't. Noel smiles, plucks a leaf, and fiddles with it. There are actually many Victorians who I'm well acquainted with that know my identity. Only wish to avoid scaring my traveling companions. But I'd like to correct you on one point, Tallulah. I'm not deigning to act like this. My longevity aside, I doubt I'm any more talented than ordinary people. The long-lived gain their longevity through different means, as diverse as the origin arts they use. But we aren't always influential figures, Tallulah. In fact, I'm much more interested in your story. A descendant of the Red Dragon, founder of Reunion, and the leader of the infected movement that took off in Ursus. To think you'd still act so shrewdly towards the so-called long-lived. Who exactly are you, Mr. Noel? Just some guy. 150 years ago, I was telling my third son the fables I learned from my travels in Yan, and he left my side from impatience. And as I stood before his granddaughter's granddaughter, I was once again a stranger in a large family. So now I harbor anger and pain inside me, giving up entirely on both family and love, as I try to locate the villain hiding in Victoria who manipulated my fate. Spent the last century researching the long-lived, the gods, the masterminds, the immemorials, and myself. I try to benefit from the system of nobility, to hone my originating arts, to accumulate wealth and exchange it for secrets. I tried every method you can fathom to get closer to the truth, but I haven't been successful at all. I didn't manage to become nobility or wealthy. I only had a little shop. Well, that's all I really had. Combat ability is a sign I might not even be able to defeat Mr. Guard. Time has only taught me to recognize the reality that I hold no talents at all. That's the story of an ordinary person, Tallulah. This tale I can freely share with you. Noel drops the leaves that were in his hand, and the breeze blows them far away. He dusts himself off and picks up his suitcase once more. Please, rest assured, I hold no ill intent towards you all. I only wish to find the hands of fate that cursed me. She hides behind the country, treating her monarch as her glove, and the city-state her chessboard. She merely looks upon everything labeled Victoria with a cold gaze. If needed, Victoria can even be destroyed and rebuilt, and topped off with a new flag after. How can I believe she isn't involved in our current turmoil of absurdity? She's definitely hiding something within the Dukes. She's definitely hiding within the Dukes. Watching the sarcasm Victorians engage in mutual slaughter. Bloodshed and sacrifice are merely heartless parameters and indicators to her. Perhaps you might have been manipulated by a similar pair of hands before. You have royal blood running through your veins, after all. She has no reason to let you, nor Alistair's daughter, go. Me? I do know another conspirator, but he doesn't deserve to be called a god. Nor can he manipulate my fate. But that's exactly how they live on, Tallulah. I want to know how to kill them. Or perhaps, how to kill myself. It's getting late. I need to fix little Susanna's glasses. Mr. Noel, you... Tallulah. The reason why I willingly tell you all of this, and why I joined Reunion, do forgive my selfishness. It's due to the intuition I've honed by the extra century I've lived. You too have resisted such a predetermined fate. All of you here have. I like that suicidal old man. What's he doing in this game? Why did he just come out of nowhere and drop all this lore? What the fuck? What? So I assume he's a long-lived. I assume this also means that the Black Snake of Ursus is also long-lived. Is that correct? Am I remembering what that is? She could be Duke of Castor and Elblana are the very first. Albana are the very first two things that come to my mind. It might be one of those. I don't know. We'll find out. But like, yo, what? I really like the Confessari part, and seeing Ascalon come back and all that. That felt so extra. Like that dropped like a surprise little like, hey, new character. He's a long-lived. He's cool. He's a suicidal old man. You love him. What's he doing here? You don't know. You're gonna find out next time. It's like, what? Also, question. I might have misunderstood that. Is he blind? Or was it just like he has glasses or whatever like that? He's not like blind, right? Just vaguely otherworldly, where it's like you don't know what's going on with them, and they're generally normal, but like there's something, they got a little something special, right? Speaking of those characters, Dolly, thank you for coming back from the basement. Thanks for the sit rep on that wheel. Still the 3 giant snakes in the basement spiders. You guys should probably like deal with that, but I guess if they're not doing anything harm. We could call like an exterminator or like a pest control guy if you guys think we need that for down there though, but... Grab that, and then given that I didn't actually finish these yet, clearly what we need to do with my 41, we go over here, we go to here. Get that out of there. Go to City Way, pop it, boo! Bada bing, bada boom. Alright, Sursku, congratulations, you did it. You survived another chapter. You survived part of another chapter, and I like it. I like it. This was really good. It's paying off. We're getting payoff right now in such a fun way. I feel bad, Kiwi. I'm so sorry I said that about Siege, but honestly, this was so much better than Siege. Like you have so much interesting little things going on here, and like it's coming to a head. Like I know it can't finish itself off, but like it's building in a good way that I'm like I can see the finish line. I can see the finish line. It's a triathlon, and I just got that, like, this is swimming. These parts are swimming / drowning, right? Yeah, both of these are swimming / drowning. This is running, and you start running. No, biking. You start biking, and like when you bike at first, you're like, oh my god, this is so cool. This is so awesome. Like, because Return to Mist, very solid. And then it's like, oh, the bike's like still going on. It's like, oh fuck, oh no shit. And then like you switch to like running, and like, oh, you're like, okay, I got that runner high, and like you're in the last segment. You're getting there. Like right now I'm in the runner's high portion of the triathlon, where I see this giant freaking weird ass whale skeleton. Sorcerer, is this in the basement too? Can we find this in the basement? Do we have an extra one of these down there? Last exterminator recall just disappeared on us. Maybe he had to go home. Oh, that's weird, yeah. I mean, maybe, yeah, he probably just had to like cancel or just like left. Did we pay him? I mean, if we don't have to pay him, I guess that's not an issue. They all seem to be fine. Although I noticed there seemed to be a second set of footsteps in the basement. Like, you think there was someone else down there with you? I mean, that could make sense. There's a lot of people down there. There's a lot of people in the hangar, right? Not all of you are here right now. Let's see, anything new there? I don't think there's anything new. I think we're all wrapped up. Sorsku, you know the best part about this cliffhanger, by the way? This great cliffhanger we just left off on, where we found an old suicidal man. Sorsku, heads up. No Arknights next week. No stream at all next Tuesday, actually. I'm going to, I get to go see, I have a friend who has a band, and I'm going to watch them play next Tuesday, so, not that. Not Arknights. Also, I mentioned this before. I'm going to do this off stream. I'm just going to ram through it off stream. We are, Thorns is a cool guy. We are main story progressing. Except for next Tuesday, because we're not streaming next Tuesday. But, like, outside of that, we're main story progressing, right? Maybe you're a centaur and you don't know it. I mean, I'm not a centaur. And I'm pretty sure most people would, like, know if they were a centaur you. But that would explain a second set of footsteps. But still, again, like, I feel like you just look down and be like, oh, I'm a centaur. Oh, shoot. Unless it's like Sarkaz Witchcraft or something. Yeah, seriously, let us rap. Oh, I love this. I love this. I can't get over this. How, like, I felt like this set a good pace, but like here, and here, these two, TR24 and 13.9. TR24, why is a tutorial like one of the best things in this game? This is so messed up. This damn whale skeleton will live rent-free in my head for the entire rest of the time. And this explains, like, so often you guys would like talk about like the whale skeleton here. I was like, yeah, that's a really cool thing, but like, I get it even more so than it just being cool inherently on its own. Like, I get it. Ah! A fox girl centaur? I'm just imagining, like, not just a fox girl necessarily, but, like, a centaur that's also, like, a kitsune, so they have, like, the centaur, but they have, like, 9 horsetails? That whale skeleton is the reason Lumen is in the wheelchair? That is an insane statement that I have no context for, Klotz, and I find that incredibly... I don't want to say funny, but, like, that's such a... Like, if you came to me... Circa, by the way, actually, we just passed this up, actually, because, where is it? Come over here. Circa, look at this, by the way. We passed this up. This was, a few weeks ago, actually, but get out of here, get out of here. There you go. I hit my 3 years of Arknights, like a few weeks ago. If you had told me, if you were in the stream 3 years ago and you told me, like, hey, Ace, well, I wouldn't have known who I wouldn't have known who exercised. I wouldn't have known Apple Pie's sister. I wouldn't have known who they were at the time, but if you told me there was a character who was in a wheelchair because of a whale skeleton, I would say, what are you talking about? Most of my stabs are the locking key. That's actually been a thing forever. Yeah, that's true. Where is she? The locking key for what, though? For a whale skeleton? I don't know that. This kind of look... What does this look like, actually? Why does her staff look like a thing? Her staff reminds me of something. And don't say a lock or a key. It vaguely reminds me a little bit about, which I know this is not what it's supposed to be of, but it reminds me a very, very little bit about, just because it's a staff with like 2 little things on it, it makes me look, it looks like Lucilla's, you know what I mean? 9 horsetails, a fox body the size of a horse? Wait, a fox body the size of, oh, that's a giant ass body then. I read that as the other way around for a second. Ooh, 1 fox here, 1 horse here? Oh, that's actually really cute, actually, the idea of the different ears. Heterochromia, but like for ears. What's like the Latin term for an ear? It would kind of work too, because they're both like pointy in a way. Oh, one of the names Ho said, Usula lock and key. Is that why that the whale skeleton is, wait, hold on. Do I know this link yet? Was this, oh, what? Do you have a whale skeleton in your background? Would have been cool if she did, though. Oh, but because it's time-related, right? Since the whale skeleton is, like, time-related, and she is also time-related, that's probably what the connection is. The whale skeleton itself, I don't imagine is oh, I don't know. Technically, would I find out at this point? Is the whale skeleton actually Usula, or is it, like, Usula is using the whale skeleton as a conduit? And, like, the lock and key are also, like, a conduit, and the actual Usula is, like, an ancient being that is no longer alive, or something like that. I didn't read Guide Ahead. I haven't read any of the Laterano stuff. Haven't read any of the Laterano stuff. Haven't read any of the Seaborn stuff, except for Zwillingstrom, because I read Ebenholz's event, and then I was like, oh, I like Ebenholz, and then Ebenholz arguably didn't do anything in Zwillingstrom, even though I know he did, even though I know he was there and he had his boy, he had his, like, his new friend. Right, and I think they're cool. However, they also didn't do anything at all. Like, I don't want to just... I don't want to have it every time I play Arknights that I just dog on Zwillingstrom. I don't want to be like that. But I have FedEx now, so I have that, which is nice. Usula's just named after the Usula. Well, Usula, the strawberry lady, is named after the Usula, but that didn't answer the question of if the whale skeleton is Usula. Like what is the original? What's the OG Usula? I might find that out in the lore at some point, honestly. So if I do, yeah. But like that was what I was going for, Ben. Like what is the progenitor Usula? Because obviously the pink-haired girl, that's just a girl. All right. Any other lore speculation? Here's my lore speculation. Target's cute. Done. Maybe we'll find out next week. Thank you for adding the other next in there. I hope so. That'd be sick. I want more of it's Hodor's chapter. Who is this back here actually? Do I know who this is back here yet? It makes me think of honestly, you know what this looks like Holyak, even though I know it's not Holyak. Like, is this who the fuck is this? I don't know who that is yet. Oh shit, that's peak then. What? It looks like Albana. It also looks like it legit looks like Holyak. Every time I see it, it reminds me of Holyak. Dude, this world, I am passionate about this Whirlpool right now. All right, though, Source Crew, let's like actually finish up. Let's wrap. Source Crew stuff for the week, the day, the month, the year, whatever. The week, not the month or year. Well, the month, it's mobile game month, but that's a different issue. Surely just a random person, just a no-name little person. That might be the her, that might be the she, for all I know. Maybe that's another long-lived. The fact that there might be another character I don't. Oh wait, that might. We'll find out next week. I don't want to go on some tangents right now. We're gonna wrap. Service Crew. Rest of this week though, we're playing Ensemble Stars on Thursday. Very fun. Idle game. Come check it out. Come play some music. Come celebrate Mayui's birthday. Sunday. I only know Thursday. I only know what we're doing on Ensemble Stars. I don't know what we're doing next week at all. Outside of we're not doing Arknights on Tuesday because I'm gonna be out. I legit on my schedule, because I like sometimes will like mess up the schedule. Like I'll like scat. I'm getting there. We're talking. Let me finish. Like I sometimes sketch out like my little like, oh, I want to do this on this day. I want to do this on this day. I think next week is currently just 3 question marks for all of the ones. Well, all I know is Ensemble Stars. Everything else, go check a schedule on Twitter or on the Discord in or Blue Sky or Misky.io if you have any of those either on Saturday. That's all I got. Let us wrap. We're gonna send you guys over to somewhere. Unpacking. I want to do, if I'm doing a game, the first one I would do is Railbound then. Unpacking feels like it'd be a. How long is Unpacking? How long to beat? I should not be looking this up right now. I think actually no, Unpacking is a 1-stream game. Yeah, it's a 4-hour game. I would do Railbound first no matter what, but Unpacking is definitely a, because it can be done on like a Thursday. That's a nice little thing. What was I doing? Wrapping. Let us wrap up. I think that's all I got. So I'm gonna send you guys over to. Send y'all over to Wookie. Wookie Jesus currently playing Arknights. Doing some IS5. Go enjoy some IS5 to round out your night. How do I do this? Up this. Pop a little bit of. This is, well, where is it? There it is. Alright, and with that, Source Crew, I know nothing else, so thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope to catch you next time. Peace out, everyone. And see you there. 3, 2, 1. Go say hi.